If you'd like to listen to our in-ground commentary, we do have that provided by volunteers from the Northamptonshire Association for the Blind. You can pick up one of our commentary receiver headsets for a returnable deposit of £5. You'll find representatives from the Northamptonshire Association for the Blind in the Spencer Pavilion. This match will get underway in just under 10 minutes' time. A reminder to please give generously today to our represented charity, the Lewis Foundation, who do outstanding work visiting hospitals in the county and providing free gifts and care packages and emotional support to adult cancer patients. We will be doing a bucket collection, and you can also scan the QR code on the big screen later today. I could have your attention for a moment, please. It is with great sadness, of course, that Graham Thorpe MBE passed away this week. More than one of England's finest ever batters, he was a beloved member of the cricket family, revered by fans all over the world. He will be greatly missed. I invite you all to please join us in observing a minute's silence to remember the life of Graham Thorpe, MBE. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Wantage Road. One Day Cup cricket is back. Northants having won their previous game. Somerset, the visitors today, they were defeated by Derbyshire. Just had a moment's silence for Graham Thorpe, who sadly passed away in the week. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm currently joined by Phil Rowe, and we will be joined all day by Mel Farrell as well this grey and gloomy Wednesday daytime, really.
Mel O'Brien.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. But it is Northants. It's the Steelbacks versus Somerset in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And not only have we lost Graham Thorpe this week, but we've also lost a stalwart of Northants cricket in Neil Stanley, Rowie.
Yeah. Just a quick one on Neil. There's a nice tribute to Neil on the club website written by Andrew Rad. And Neil passed away overnight up at the Cynthia Spencer Hospice in Northampton. Neil, a young player when he came onto the staff from Bedford Modern School, where he played his cricket and was an exceptional talent, a stroke maker, could bowl a bit, a good catcher. More than any of that, what a really lovely man Neil Stanley was. And condolences go out to his family and those who are close to him, and there'll be a lot of people who were close to Neil because he was that kind of guy. And to know him was to love him. A very, very good man. In another era of cricket, would have excelled and played 15 or more years. He'd have loved the current state of the game in terms of the way it's played because it suited his personality and it suited his temperament as well. An entertainer with a cricket bat in hand. And I'd like to join the thousands of tributes to him and pay my condolences to Neil's family and close friend. And rest in peace, Neil. You'll be sorely.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. That's a really nice summary there for Neil. And we've got one of the current Steelbacks entertainers, or two of the current Steelbacks entertainers, to be fair, making their way out to the middle. Earlier today, Captain Lewis McManus won the toss and elected to have a bat first on this used pitch at Wantage Road. Opening the batting for the Steelbacks, Prithvi Shaw and Ricardo Vasconcelos. Joining them in the Steelbacks lineup today, George Bartlett, Save, James Sales, Lewis McManus, Gus Miller, Justin Broad, Freddie Heldrick, Ben Sanderson, and Michael Finan. Somerset lineup as follows: George Thomas, Andrew Umeed, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, Sean Dixon, Archie Vaughn, Joshua Thomas, Josh Davey, Jack Leach, Alfie Ogborn, and Riley Meredith. Josh Davies going to open the bowling from the David Capel end, and the last time these two teams met, who scored 244, is going to take strike for the first ball.
Yeah, that was the having reached the age of 60 recently and watched a bit of cricket over that time. That day, watching that innings from Prithvi Shaw was quite special.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It was a special day and hard hard to come up with a better innings. But can Josh Davey spoil the fireworks slightly earlier? And there's a big appeal for LBW first up. A big appeal, in fact, from the keeper and the 2 slips with Josh Davey. Maybe a touch high in the umpire.
Just in that initially, the bowler went up late. Yeah.
Well, Prithvi's been in good form. Not quite as good form as what he has or what he was last year. And he played about 4 games and I think still finished 5th in the run scorers for the One Day Cup. 294 runs at an average of 58. High score of 97, which happened just a couple of rounds ago. That one down the leg side, and Prithvi Shaw is going to open his account with 4 through mid-wicket, gracefully leans on it, and pushes it down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that is the account open for the day.
What a beautiful shot that was. Just, I mean, most opening batters will want one there, won't they, early in their innings, and he got one there, second ball. Just the ease with which he does whatever he does. Batting is not that easy. He makes it look incredibly so.
Yeah, he certainly can make it look like a different sport, can't he? Prithvi Shaw.
It'll be interesting to see how this wicket plays because, as you said, it's a used pitch. That one went through quite low, and I'm not surprised whoever won the toss chose to go first on it because I suspect it's going to get slower and lower as the game continues.
I'm 99% certain it was the same pitch that was used for the Steelbacks versus the Rapids game here on Sunday.
I think it is.
Which the Steelbacks won by 130 runs, their first victory of the competition this year. Slightly squared up there, Prithvi Shaw by Josh Davey. And it's hard with the way that the Steelbacks bowlers started that day against the Rapids. It's hard really to say for certain that the pitch massively deteriorated through the course of the 100 overs because Jack White and Ben Sanderson came, what I think, did you say they bowled 15 overs for about 17 runs or something with 3 wickets as well?
I did write this down, didn't I, at the time?
You did.
15 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 35.
I wasn't, well, a few more runs than what I thought, but
there was 5 wides in there.
But it felt like that innings was over so quickly that actually we never got chance to see the pitch deteriorate. Nicely played again. That's going to be the second 4 of the innings. Prithvi Shaw slightly squarer this time, but timed just as well, if not a little bit better. Takes the score up to 8. And the other thing as well, it was over pretty quick, wasn't it? It was about 30 overs in that entire innings. So, but yeah, logic would say that another couple of days on and another game of cricket on, that this pitch should continue just to get slower and lower as the day goes.
I would expect that. That's what normally occurs, isn't it? The other would be surprising.
Bit of width on offer that time from Josh Davey, which Prithvi Shaw can't capitalise on. So it's going to be 8 runs off the first over. All of those going to Prithvi Shaw. And Ricardo Vasconcelos will take strike for the first time.
He's missed out there, Prithvi Shaw. Josh Davey going into the pads 3 times and then over, tucked away twice. Easily for 4 through mid-wicket. And I think overcorrected the last ball of the over was a short wide one and it hit the bottom of the bat. So that's a clue, isn't it? It's a clue that the ball hasn't quite reached the batter exactly as he intended.
I would have thought Prithvi Shaw would feel like he faces 6 deliveries most times and feels like he misses out on a lot of them.
Well, he's got a lot of options, hasn't he, Prithvi Shaw?
He
I
does
tell you, he's
indeed.
got a lot of options as well. And this is astonishing, is whoever picks the team at Somerset has got so many options. Their squad is enormous and full of talent.
Yeah.
It's a very, very well-constructed squad, that.
Yeah, it certainly is. There'll be one of the counties that'll be most heavily affected by the 100 with players not available for the Metrobank One Day Cup. One of the players that is Alfie Ogborn. He's going to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Down the leg side. Vasconcelos can't catch up with that one and run it down to fine leg for his opening runs of the day. But when you think about Tom Abel, Lewis Gregory, Tom Banton, Will Smead, Craig Overton, etc., Shoaib Bashir played against Derbyshire, not available today. The current England Test frontline spinner, Jack Leach, who has been usurped by Shoaib Bashir in that Test squad, is now playing in the One Day Cup for Somerset.
Yeah, it's an amazingly well, it's not an amazingly big squad. It's a biggish squad in current terms, but it needs to be for the very reason that you've just mentioned, that they lose so many players to the other competition that goes on at this time of year. And but boy, have they got good guys to come in. It's a lovely blend. I look at this 11 here, and it's got experience in batting, bowling, but it's also got youth as well. It's lovely. It's a lovely balance. You know, you've got Umeed, who's been around the blocks, Rue, Dixon with the bat, youngsters around Goldsworth, he's a good cricketer. And then with the ball, Davey at one end, this youngster, Ogborn at the other. There's Meredith on hand as well. And some young all-rounders around. So it's a really, really nicely balanced team. It'll be interesting to see these youngsters who we don't get to see a lot of. And this is the beauty of this competition. If there is a beauty to it, this is it, that it gives young players an opportunity.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that the competition, with kind of the criticism that the summer of cricket has, it certainly provides an opportunity for counties to kind of fast forward their younger talent, or certainly quicker than what it would do if the 100 didn't exist. That's a beautiful delivery from Alfie Ogborn. He's settled in nicely following that one that he just pushed down the leg side with his first ball.
I've really enjoyed his follow through. You'll see this on replay. So it finishes 2 wickets away. He's gone past the outside edge with an absolute jaffa. Not quite sure what to do with himself. Has a little jog and then thinks, well, I've got to stop this jog at some point. And he stops it, actually 3 wickets away. Youthful enthusiasm. When he's bowled 5 million overs, we're putting the handbrake on and walking back to his mark.
Yeah, Jack White needs to put an arm around his shoulder.
Yeah, be careful, yeah.
Again, a beauty from Ogborn on the money. Vasconcelos found a bit of form last time against Worcestershire, got himself up to 60, which I think at the time you and I thought he had missed out and not really kicked on, hadn't we? And George Bartlett was going well at the same time as well. They put on a lot of runs actually for that second wicket. And he just gave it away a little bit. But actually, with the benefit of hindsight and the pitch that, as I say, had been used, maybe it was a slightly more testing innings for Vasconcelos than what we thought sat in the box.
In the context of the game, I think that's a fair comment. In the context of Vasco and his development as a batter, for me, too many starts go unfulfilled.
Yeah.
I say for me. It'll be the same for him. He'll be looking at his numbers, and obviously he has a very closer knowledge of his numbers than I do and how he's feeling about it. But he needs to convert those starts. It's hard getting started. He does that well.
Yeah, not able to do so off the first over from Alfie Ogborn, though. Still yet to get off the mark, having negotiated that first over of the day. 9 for no loss after 2. Pretty sure on 8. The other one added to the score.
We had a young opener here many years ago, Ben Howgigo. Actually, it doesn't seem like many years ago. Ben Howgigo, Cambridgeshire.
He played Gloucestershire as well.
He may have had a bit of cricket down there, possibly. He's been around the traps subsequently a little bit. A very talented player, Ben, and a really good guy. He won't be listening. But if he is, that'll be a miracle if you are. I hope you're well, Ben. But Ben, in first team cricket, has worked so hard to get himself in, and would get to 25, opening batter against the new ball, very rarely kicked on past that. And it became a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it became, oh, I've got 25 now. Everyone's going to be looking now. You know, if you get a good one early on as opening batter, that's the game. When you get in, you know, you face 50, 60 balls. 60 balls was a little internal kind of key indicator that we used to keep an eye on. Do our top 4 bat 60 balls and what happens next. Ben would be top of that chart. Always top of that chart.
Yeah.
But then averaging 22, 23. So it's a skill, isn't it? It's another skill, is getting through the new ball, particularly in red ball cricket, but it also applies here, and then going on.
1, 2 straight by Josh Davey. Pretty sure Just rides it on the hip, turns it around the corner, picks up a single. Batters will change ends for the first time in the fixture. So Vasconcelos will get his first look at Josh Davey, as Josh Davey will get his first look at Ricardo Vasconcelos. Somerset sticking with 2 slips.
Yeah, and although we think it is a used pitch and we think it'll be slowish and lowish, quite rightly, Somerset thinking we need to get our wickets early. Ball's only going to be new for so long. Let's get best use of it, because keep our catches in. I like that.
Do you think if, like Jack White's not in the squad today for the Steelbacks and for Lewis McManus, do you think if Jack White was available, that coin had come down the wrong way, wouldn't it have been for the Somerset skipper, Sean Dixon? Do you think Lewis McManus might have been tempted to have a bowl first with Sanderson and Jack White, both of them this competition going at less than 3 runs and over? Or do you think it was an absolute, the pitch is used, we're going to have a bat first and it's going to get worse all day?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. I think it's a very good question. I don't know how Lewis would see that. Personally, I would want first use of the wicket with the bat, because I think it will get lower and slower. But I think with Jack, if Jack were in the side, it does make that equation slightly more difficult. I'd still go the way they've gone, but I think it's a good question.
On into the thigh pad of Vasconcelos, still yet to get off the mark. Somerset, I think, with the exception of those 2 almost throwdowns for Prithvi Shaw to get to 8, they've bowled pretty well. Ogbourne in particular, that opening over was challenging.
I thought that was a great over, actually, in watching his follow through and enjoying that. I mean, it's contrary on what he did with the ball. It was very, very good over. Good first over, that. 2 difficult guys to bowl at, because they both love to play their shots.
Bowled again. Well played that time by Vasconcelos, just up to the man mid-off. Defended nicely.
I think Jack Leach could be in the top 3 loudest clappers in world cricket. It thundered through the effects mic, and that was loud.
Spinners normally have pretty big mitts, don't they?
Go on. Yeah, I'm liking this. This is good. Bit of analysis of the clapping. I like that. Well played.
Outside edge, Vasconcelos. Soft hands, goes down. Well picked up by the man at second slip, Andrew Umeed. End of the 3rd over, 10 for no loss. I'm sure there's probably some form of American university study into the hand spans and decibels generated per clap or something, and I don't know what it's probably by Harvard University or something, but just feels logical, doesn't it, that the bigger your hands, the better the clap, I guess.
The louder.
Yeah.
Is louder better? You know, and you've just gone all in there, haven't you? Louder is better.
I mean, if you're going to clap, what's the point? Surely you're doing that to generate noise, aren't you?
Yeah. I think you've got me. Should we move on?
Yeah, I think probably a good idea.
It's going around the wicket.
He is. Alfie Ogbourne. First look at Prithvi Shaw, though, so maybe that is a plan to the right-handed Prithvi Shaw.
Actually, I think you've seen, because Neil Bainton, who's the umpire, who's not a big man, although he wasn't a wicket-keeper, I think, in his club cricket days, he tried to clap then, and it was pathetic. Embarrassing, really, when you've got Jack Leach on the field clapping as loudly as he is.
Emasculating. Is that the right term?
It'll do. I'll look it up.
Ogbourne to Prithvi Shaw. That's a beauty, and it's gone. He's got him.
What a delivery that is.
Alfie Ogbourne with a ripper, and Prithvi Shaw, the man who got 244 this time last summer, has got to go for 8. There's no skeletons in Somerset's closets today. He's gone.
Did he just push at that? It looked like it around the wicket, angled in. It looked like it went late. We'll see from straight on here. Oh, he's got to play at that. That's an absolute beauty. That, now, not at the same pace, but that is a wicket. That is a Wasim Akram dismissal.
Yeah.
That is an absolute beautiful delivery. All you can do there is nick it and walk off and say, well bowled. And I'm sure Prithvi Shaw will recognise he's been done by an absolute jaffer of a delivery.
Yeah, an absolute ripper. It's the delivery, as you say. all you can do is nick it and walk off. It's one of those that you bowl it to a lesser cricketer.
Yeah.
Probably not good enough to nick it.
Oh, no.
Prithvi Shaw just, yeah, she said, has no choice but to play it. And Somerset have got the breakthrough, and it's massive as well. The man that's been in form, the man that's scored pretty much the bulk of the runs for Northants through the campaign so far, is on his way back for just 9, caught behind by James Root off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn.
The other thing to say about that bit of bowling, I mean, that's as a single delivery, that is an absolute beautiful delivery. Okay, that's the first thing to say. Enormous skill and beautifully executed. Also, it was his first ball at the right-hander. He'd bowled exclusively, or he's only bowled 6 balls. It's his first one at the right-hander. So to bowl the ball with that much threat, first up to the, here it is again on replay. Oh, that's, oh my goodness. That's from around the wicket. The ball pitches just outside off stump. And so by the time it gets to the stumps, it would have been going over leg bail. But it moves away off the wicket. You can see the position that Prithvi Shaw finishes in. He's facing back down the wicket. Hips, shoulders, feet pointing back down. He has been opened up like a can of beans.
He certainly has. And it's brought to the crease. The Steelbacks number 3. The Somerset fans won't need any introduction here, but it's George Bartlett in at number 3 for the Steelbacks today. Gets out there, joins Vasconcelos, and gets off the mark straight away with a hit ball from Alfie Ogborn. And it's going to be 4 for the former Somerset man. He's not had a bad start to the campaign. A bit more responsibility in this format of cricket for George Bartlett than the Blast and the Championship. 178 runs at an average of 35. A couple of 50s in there as well. And a massive opportunity for George Bartlett here with the dismissal of Prithvi Shaw to go and get a big score.
He's in good form, isn't he? We spoke to Graham White, the second team coach, on Sunday, and he was saying how well George Bartlett's hitting the ball, which is kind of shorthand for he's in great form. That said, Alfie Ogborn looks like he's in pretty good form as well with the ball, and he's challenging.
Yeah, well, you can see out on the screen, obviously you and I have got the benefit of just being able to look out these massive windows in our commentary box. There is still plenty of live grass on that pitch, even though it is used. It's very overcast. It's very gloomy. It doesn't look like there's any break in it at all. It looks pretty blanketed.
Yeah. I've got my new reactor lights on.
I can tell, yeah.
Yeah.
They're nice.
Yeah. Aging rock star.
Yeah, I could see it.
That's the look I was going for.
Pulled away. Vasconcelos doesn't connect, but does get off the mark.
Surprised the optician when I came out with that.
Front man of a Status Quo cover band.
Oh, whatever you want.
Well, one thing we don't want, which I can see on the glass, is a little bit of rain, Rowie. There's a bit of moisture outside.
This wasn't advertised, was it?
I don't think it was advertised, no.
We've got our own weather forecaster, Mel, who's just come back in. And I think Mel's saying, it's raining. It's the light drizzle.
It's the benefit of 3 of us today, isn't it?
Yeah.
The one off comms just gets to stand outside on the gantry and act as a real-time weather reporter.
Got the moves for it as well. If only you could see that. You're being denied. It's like an audition.
We can gauge moisture levels just by how wet the person returns from the gantry.
I'm not going out there if it's raining.
Oh, okay. We won't bother using you then.
It's not on my rider. Oh, bold.
Yeah.
Nice. What a start to the over. Nice finish to the over. I like this guy. First time I've seen him live. Alfie Ogborn. A lot to like.
Yeah, I thought I had a feeling you might be saying something along those lines.
He's, you know, everyone talks about the batters, don't they? And the twirlers. Everyone gets excited. Good seam bowling.
Were you the bowling coach at Northants for a while, Rowie? Were you by any chance?
I chatted to the bowlers from time to time. It was one of the many hats that, you know, this was back in the days when we didn't have, oh, it is raining. We didn't have many coaches. We're going off soon, aren't we?
I think if that drifts its way over, I think we'll almost certainly be going off because that's visible rain, isn't it, now out the window?
Now, I think Vasconcelos has decided we're going off.
Oh, fair enough. Well, Vasco didn't want to get wet. Oh, well, 4 overs then. We have managed to negotiate through this morning at Wantage Road. The score is 16 for 1. The wicket to fall, Prithvi Shaw off the bowling of Alfie Ogborn, caught behind by James Root. And I'd better get that effects mic in from outside before it starts getting a bit too soggy. So let's take a bit of a break and we'll report back when the players make their way back to the middle.
Yeah.
That's going over leg bail.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, the umpires are in the middle, and well, unfortunately, we've lost an over per inning, so we're down to 49 overs a side. Wasn't meant to rain today, but I mean, sometimes it's meant to rain in Northampton and it doesn't. So let's not get hugely surprised that we've had a little bit of a shower. Hopefully, there's no more. But as I said a short moment ago, it's pretty overcast. Players are making their way back out to the middle. The score is 16 for 1 after 4 overs. Prithvi Shaw, the man to fall for 9 off 9 balls. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe on the microphone at the moment. And we've got Mel Farrell with us today as well. Good start for Somerset, that, hey.
Yeah, lovely start. Yeah, what they won't be. I mean, what you're referring to obviously is the brilliant ball that dismissed Prithvi Shaw. Alfie Ogden around the wicket. I mean, it's just a beautiful bit of bowling. Hopefully, there'll be some replays of that because that deserves. You know, we see replays of beautiful shots, don't we? And big sixes going out of the ground. What about just a beautiful bit of seam bowling from the young man? The downside for Somerset is the rain, isn't it? Because it was a short, sharp shower, but it will have made the outfield quite damp. I haven't had time to put the rope around, so when the ball goes on the floor, it will start to get a bit wet.
Yeah, and if it's one thing you don't want these white kookaburras to do is to get a little bit damp. Josh Davey continues from the David Capel ends. Vasconcelos turns that one into the leg side for a single, takes his tally up to 2. How much psychologically there for both sides? Northants to see the back of Prithvi Shaw for 9. The guy that scored the bulk of the runs, the guy that's really kind of set the tone for the batting innings and almost allowed the following batters to take their time and really kind of navigate their way through to a score. To see the back of him early, like how big of a shockwave does that send through the dressing room? And in equal measure, I mean, Somerset will be, well, couldn't have asked for a better start, really, could they?
Oh, absolutely. No, that's a good question. I think it shouldn't send any shockwave. It shouldn't send any shockwave through the dressing room. And if you're in a side that's playing well, you lose your big gun, you can confidently look around and people will be thinking and possibly even saying, well, this is more opportunity for me. You know, he's been clogging it up there. Let me have a go. That's the attitude that you would want. But in a side that's been struggling a little bit for runs, then maybe it has an impact, and it certainly buoys the opposition to get the star man out early. And in fact, you could see and hear that every wicket's great, particularly at the top of the order. But that was an extra special celebration, and understandably so, not only because it was Prithvi Shaw, but also because it was such a good bit of bowling as well. But yeah, it certainly puts a dent in. Because Prithvi Shaw, let's be honest, he adds quality to any team in this competition, doesn't he? And he's a guy who, if he bats for 30 overs, you've got an extraordinary number on your hands. So everyone is going to miss that, but it does give opportunity to others. Oh, that has bounced.
Yeah, maybe that little bit of showers just added a bit of life to the surface there. The covers did get on fairly quickly, didn't they? But it was a period of time, wasn't there, that they stayed out there, and I think the umpires looked at one another for a while, and as you say, that one's really kind of risen on George Bartlett, who's ended up kind of punching it down into the leg side.
It looked actually, in terms of the rain break, the umpires were kind of looking at each other. Fielders were thinking, let's stay out here as long as we can because it might blow through. It was Vasconcelos that kind of led everyone off. He was halfway off the square before anyone else moved. Somerset have gone down to 1 slip for George Bartlett.
Yeah,
started with 2.
Wonder if that's a nod to the shower, or whether that's a nod to. I mean, they'll have a fair bit of intel on George Bartlett, won't they?
They will. Yeah, they will. I think it's about the ball and the rain that came down. It'll be interesting to see when Alfie Ogden resumes. Ogborn resumes. I know an Alfie Ogden. Whether they have 1 or 2. Well, that's a nice drive through the offside.
It's really well fielded by the man at mid-off with the roll. Bit of a slip in there, didn't he? Hopefully he's all right and not done any harm to himself there. End of the over, 2 runs from it. 18 for 1 after 5. Vasconcelos on 2, George Bartlett on 6.
The umpires just coming together, having a little chat about something, which has resulted in Neil Bainton getting onto his walkie-talkie. Or exactly what that's about. It's some communication with the scorers, I suspect.
Alfie Ogborn is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 7 before we went off for the shower. He's going to be rewarded or backed up with 2 slips. George Bartlett on strike. That one back of a length from Ogborn. Punched through the offside off the back foot by George Bartlett for a couple of runs. Not timed brilliantly by Bartlett, but I think that outfield just a touch slower than what it was a short while ago.
He's easy on the eye, isn't he, George Bartlett? You know, he moves well. Doesn't overhit the ball. But I think, that one, as you say quite rightly, was slightly mistimed. But he doesn't overhit the ball. He relies on his timing. Not a power man, but he hits the ball hard. Times it well generally.
Ogborn back on the money, covered up nicely by Bartlett. One looked like it just had a bit of extra pace on it by Alfie Ogborn in response to Bartlett's punch through the covers the ball before. You're a one county man, aren't you, Rowie? You're a Northamptonshire through and through. Bartlett, as I said, has moved from Somerset over the winter to Northants. Players that you would have worked with that would have moved counties and then gone up against their former employers, would that add a little bit extra to their desire or want to perform today?
Almost always, yeah. Almost always, I would say, in my experience, yeah. I'm kind of scanning the guys that we've got in from elsewhere. Generally speaking, I guess players that we have signed from other counties, maybe not being front runners at that county from which they have come.
Okay, yep.
And that's not to everyone in the same bracket. That's not universally true, but in general, that would be the case. And come to us to get more game opportunity, and therefore point to prove, I guess, is the long way around what I'm trying to say. They generally have a point to prove. You were wrong. Look how good now I've been given this opportunity, and I'm playing regularly, or I'm playing in this format that you didn't select, whatever it might be. Yeah, there's a little bit, yeah, and sometimes more than a little bit, actually. I think 1 or 2 cases. And George Bartlett has come to Northamptonshire, not because he couldn't get into the Somerset starting lineup, but he wanted to play in all formats, and he's doing so at Northampton. So in that respect, you'd say good move, and he's been good in patches, hasn't he, George Bartlett? It's early in his career with Northamptonshire. He has been good in patches. In particular, well, not exclusively, but in particular, George Bartlett would have been signed by Northants to bolster the top order in red ball cricket, but with a view to him developing other formats as well. And he's shown so far some real promise without it being spectacular.
Yeah, and I think understandable it takes a little while to settle into new surroundings, doesn't it? New location, whether that's on the cricket field or just moving house. Great shot by Vasconcelos.
Watch out. Oh, crikey.
Ogborn drops the length back. That's pulled away through mid-wicket. As you say, very, very close to one of the members of the crowd just walking in front of the chicken van down there. But yeah, Bartlett's had first-class 100, got that at Leicestershire, didn't he? I think in the championship. 100 against the Somerset second 11 down at Taunton Vale. 100 against Norfolk in the showcase fixture.
Showcase,
ahead of the one that I keep getting showcase and exhibition mixed up, but it's one of the two, isn't it? And I'm glad I gambled on showcase.
It's good.
But yeah, as you say, he's been in shone, but not consistently.
Yeah.
Yet.
Yeah. he's shown some of his case. This guy's a good cricketer, Josh Davey.
You tried to sign him by any chance?
We talked about it. He was at Middlesex. That's where he started his career, at Middlesex, and also played some cricket, quite a bit of cricket for Scotland. And David Murphy, who was on our staff at the time, was a colleague of his with the Scottish national side. And the news that he was likely to be finding a new home came through. But yeah, he moved down to Taunton, and he's done very, very, very well there now for a number of years. That's absolutely stuffed him. That was a different delivery. Like at release, I thought that's a different ball. I don't know if it was a slower ball. It was a different delivery from Josh Davey, and it almost looked like Bartlett lost that. You'd see at release it was slightly different. Oh, it's just swung. Oh my goodness. You think knuckly?
That's the only, it certainly didn't run his fingers down either side,
No,
did it? It wasn't
no.
an off cutter or a leg cutter.
At release, you could kind of see there's something different about this. Whether it was knuckly, I don't know. It swung late as well, which a knuckleball would sometimes do because they're not stable in the air as they go down the wicket. It was probably, to be fair, it was probably a little fuller than Josh Davey was intending it to be, but it did swing late. And George Bartlett was deceived by, I think, slightly different pace that the ball came at, but also the late movement. And it knocked two stumps out of the ground. It had enough pace on it to do that.
Yeah, well, the man that will know exactly what he just bowled there was Josh Davey. Certainly deceived. There was a lot of deception involved. I mean, it went straight through George Bartlett, played all around it, and had two of his three stumps rearranged and ended up lying on the floor behind him. Second wicket of the day for Somerset. The Steelbacks are 25 for 2, having won the toss and elected to have a bat first here at Wantage Road. The new man for the home side, number 4, is James Sales.
There's some with George Bartlett. Northants supporters will possibly recognise the sense of what I'm going to go on to try to say here. With George Bartlett, and that was an example of what I'm going to say, is he reminds me a lot, and I haven't seen a lot of him yet, but in my early sightings, he reminds me of Alex Wakely, who can go in and time the ball well from the get-go, just in, he's going, he's tucked one there, he's driven there, someone's dropped one short, he's hit that one away as well, and he's on 20, and not today, he wasn't on 20, but he's in, and then he's out, and that was always something with Alex, was make it harder for them to get you out.
James Sales defends that first ball of his day. Josh Davey back up the ground. Would that be maybe not the right way to describe it, but that will almost be a case of starting in third gear, for example, and as you say, you get that the long hop, the half volley or whatever, and you get 4 through the covers, you pull one away, you look $1 million, and then actually you've not got yourself in, but because you've started in third gear, you maybe go a bit harder at a ball you shouldn't do.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, we never really quite found exactly the right solution to that issue, to be honest. But I think with Al, maybe concentration was something. I think when he went in and we were very much under the pump, seemed to get the best out of him. I mean, I think about some, in particular in white ball cricket. It's also true in red ball cricket with Wakers. In white ball cricket, he would go in and we were 3 down. That's when he played at his best. So maybe he just needed that extra level of challenge, external challenge, because internally, such a nice guy, just loved playing cricket shots.
James Sales off the mark, 2 through the offside. Flips that one over mid-wicket for 4. For a second there, Somerset fielder at mid-wicket was interested, but it was just lifted over him. First boundary for James Sales. Takes the score to 31 for 2.
That was a nice touch, wasn't it? Nice touch. I mean, he's only been in 3 balls, and just that was played like a man on 50, wasn't it? That's beautifully played. He'll be happy to get one there early on. That's just what you want, isn't it? Tuck that away, beautiful. Just veered onto leg stump a few times, hasn't he, Josh Davey? Well played. Good leave.
left alone. Last ball of the 7th over. 31 for 2 after 7. Yeah, he has. Whether that's a nod to the fact that it is doing a little bit through the air.
I remember watching Wakers. We played a Red Bull game here, and Wakers was on about 60, just playing beautifully, absolutely beautifully. And there was a kind of part-time off spinner came on around the wicket, and I was sitting watching with one of the lads on the balcony. I said, well, the only way he gets out here is if he sweeps. It's the only way he can get out. 2 balls later, swept, missed LBW, came up and came out with a coffee eventually, sat next to me, said, how do you see that? I said, Al, the only way you can get out. He said, don't say that. That's what Jerry Lloyds was umpiring. Jerry Lloyds had said to him, the only way you get out here, Al, is sweeping. Then had to give him out 2 balls later. So it was a bit of concentration. It was, he was an instinctive player, Wakers. So many shots, so much time. Reminds me of Bartlett.
Vaughn continues a heavy length defended by Vasconcelos. Now his role turns into a bit more of a watchful innings as he's seen 2 of his Steelbacks teammate depart early on in the piece. Nice crowd in as well today, Rowie, for a Wednesday one-day cup game.
For a wet Wednesday in Northampton. Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it?
Overpitched by Ogbourne, maybe searching for that Yorker. Vasconcelos just turns it through square leg for a single.
I think he was. Nicely bowled, I think. It didn't have the appearance of a long ball, did it? It was sort of bowled with intent to get under the bat. I've seen a few Yorkers this year in every format. Going, well, you know, you want your bowlers to practice their Yorkers. I wonder if batters have Yorker practice. They certainly have practice in scoring off Yorkers, obviously, in 2020 cricket.
I think generally speaking, I think the delivery is under-bowled.
I agree. Absolutely. 100% agree with that.
Wouldn't necessarily want to see one every over, but at the same time, yeah, full and straight sounds like a pretty good idea, doesn't it? Just to make sure that whoever you're bowling to is paying attention.
There's something about bowlers who, when they miss a Yorker and the ball gets pumped back over their head, that somehow is worse than getting pulled or cut for 4. It's, you know, it's not. But often bowlers can be reluctant to try and get it under the bat. Slightly reluctantly forward there, Jimbo Sales was a little bit stuck in the crease.
Yeah, just got a bit handsy there, didn't he, with that? With that one, just pushed it really to the man at short cover.
But the hands had to make up for the lack of movement into the ball. He was a bit slow. I noticed that on Sunday as well, just a couple of times. Looked like he'd got his heavy boots on.
Yeah, well, he's not been first choice, has he, at Northants for a while.
And there again,
pushy at it, wasn't he?
He was.
I wonder if that's going to encourage Sean Dixon and Somerset to put that second slip back in or not, whilst James Sales is on strike for the last ball of this over.
What they have done, they've brought in a catching extra cover. And, do you know, I would even think about a catching point as well. Got to take him from somewhere. Can't just bring an extra fielder on. Always run another fielder. But it's James Sales, the ball has carried, hasn't it? The last 2 balls he's pushed at, it's carried sort of, 15 metres before it's hit the deck.
Yeah.
It's an unusual position, catching point. But I like it. I've seen Australia do that in Test cricket, a catching point. Great position. Because it means you can hold length. And particularly on the Aussie wickets that bounce a little more, to drive that length, you've got to get right on top of it. And if you don't, that ball's going to carry. And it's a deterrent, you know, it's in the batsman's head. Anyway, there isn't one, but there is a catch in short extra cover, and I like that. That's saying you've got to get the ball down here, young man.
Yeah, particularly if the ball's not offering a great deal of lateral movement. And I'm sure that little drizzle that we had probably has been a significant reason as to why Somerset have gone down from 2 to 1 slip. 8 overs complete, 8 of the 49 in the innings. It's 32 for 2. Vasconcelos on strike on 7. James Sales at the other end, 6 not out. Josh Davey continues. David Capel 2 straight, turned into the leg side by Vasconcelos. He gets down the other end. That's another single.
I was just about to congratulate the fielder on the throw. You know, this is one of my 2000. Oh no, don't give me that look, Dan.
He's off. He's off again.
Well, throw. You know, yeah, it was not a bad throw. As is the way the keeper was in front of the stumps. Had the keeper been behind the stumps, it would have been sort of head height. But the keeper was in front of the stumps, and it did evade him and over the top of him. But I still think it was a good throw. The line was great. I always interested in the fielding standards and execution and intensity of the opposition. And I suspect and I expect, rather than suspect, I expect Somerset's out cricket to be right at the top of the game, because they will be set very high standards from within the squad and from the coaching staff as well.
And with well, you mentioned the squad. You mentioned it earlier. The size of the squad and the amount of players and the quality of players that they've got available. That's going to be one of those percentage points that's going to be the difference between being selected or not, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Certainly from I can only speak obviously from an amateur's perspective, but I agree with you that the fielding generally I think is so important, but it isn't the sexy bit about cricket, is it? And therefore it's the bit that gets practiced the least.
It's very hard. I found it hard, and others might find it easy. It might be about me. But I found it very hard when I was running the academy to convince academy cricketers that they weren't at the level fielding that they thought they were. You know, I'd say to them, look, this is where you are batting. This is what I think. What do you think about your batting, your bowling? Where's the level? Let's see the gap. Let's close the gap on those aspects. Where are you on your fielding? And invariably, they would overestimate their ability as a fielder. And it became okay, this is learning for me here. I've got to do something to help them close the gap. Let's get them into some first team fielding session. And so they can see what the level is. Because as you say, if fielding becomes a selection issue, that's a real, it's the easiest part of the game to improve as well.
Driven straight drive by Sales, can't get it past the diving fielder mid-off. Why do you think, did you ever come down to the reason as to why you thought a fair few cricketers had kind of higher opinions of themselves in the field than what they potentially did?
I just think the pace that things happen at in first team cricket, it all happens a lot faster. The intensity is a lot more. And I just don't think they see the gap. You know, they're good in their age group.
Yeah, okay.
In their, you know, maybe they've played a couple of second 11 games and they're kind of goodish in that. But the standard, that's an absolute Jafsky again.
Davey gets his second. And as Rohy's just said, an absolute Jafsky.
Jeepers creepers.
33 for 3.
What a delivery that was. Oh, thank you very much. See you later. James Sales, he looks at the wicket. No, the wicket's done nothing wrong. That's skill. That's skillful bowling by Josh Davey. Brings him forward. Oh my God, that's gone. That ball, if that ball doesn't deviate, that's probably missing leg stump on the angle, and it knocks the top of off back. That's how good a ball that was. So I'm going to say this, and there's nothing James Sales could do about that. If James Sales hits that ball, he's playing terribly.
Yeah.
That ball is just so good. It's moved 6 inches. It only has to move just over 2 inches to miss the edge of the bat. It's gone 6 inches. On a good day, that goes down to fine leg for 2 because it hits the thick inside edge and runs away. That was the original line. And I saw Vasconcelos with his hands on his hips, and he was indicating to James Sales, "You've just been done there. There's not much you can." What a delivery! Well bowled.
Yeah, a beauty. We've had that a couple of times this morning as well for Somerset, having been asked to bowl first here at Wantage Road. 3 down, the Steelbacks, and the new man to join Ricardo Vasconcelos at number 5 is Saif Zaid. 2 left-handers at the crease. End of the over as well. So Josh Davies 5 overs this morning, 2 for 18. And well, if Somerset thought they'd had a good start when they got rid of Prithvi for 9, just got a little bit better, hasn't it? Well, not
yeah.
a little bit better, it's significantly better. 33 for 3.
You know, my flag, my colours are clearly Northamptonshire colours, but I've got to appreciate how well Somerset have bowled this morning. Yes, they bowled a couple of loose ones, hit balls, had balls tucked away, but they've bowled some absolute jaffers and got full reward for that. That's high skill.
Yeah, they've been on it. Certainly been on it this morning. Alfie Ogborn continues. He'll start his 5th over. That's turned work through mid-wicket by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who will come back for a second.
There's been some classic. The first one, Prithvi was left arm round the wicket, sort of just good length, angled in, started to offer to swing, hit the seam and carried on that swing. That accentuates. When it starts to swing, then hits the seam, it generally seems a bit more, and it did. And Prithvi was good enough to nick it, beautifully bowled. Davy bowls a very full delivery that swung really late to clean up Bartlett. Great shot.
Yeah, pulled away by Vasconcelos, too short by Ogborn.
And then James Sales got a ball that was probably equally as good as Alfie Ogborn's delivery. He swung one away late from Bartlett and then hit the pitch, jagged it away from the defensive push. James Sales did nothing wrong there. That was just out. Off the bails, wasn't it, Vasconcelos, that last ball?
Yeah, it's played a couple of those, hasn't he? Get down the other end with a leg by. Safe save then. Will take strike for the first time today. 173 runs at 34s for safe save.
Yeah, it's a good, and you know, we talked earlier about your big gun going early gives opportunity. Well, this is a great opportunity for safe save. He will not blink at this either. I'm not going to say he's going to score runs. Who knows? There's some good deliveries around this morning, obviously. We've seen that already, but he will just be thinking about what a great opportunity I've got now. I've got 40 overs to bat. There we go, on the way. The bowler is, the bowler's not happy with his angles there. And I kind of understand that. He thinks that should have gone to extra cover. And extra cover was not where he thought he would be. In fact, he's not at extra cover, that's why. Yeah, he needs to be straighter than that extra cover. And I think the bowler was very surprised when they set off for a run. Being the young man in the side, though, he's not going to, I don't know, extra cover is now, he's been moved. Okay, he was not in the right place. That's quite right.
No, it's very much cover point, wasn't it?
It was too square. There's 4.
Yeah. Gone Yorker again, isn't he, Ogborn? 2 straight. Well, it's down the leg side, wasn't it? And Vasconcelos has just turned it around the corner. Down to a vacant fine leg for 4, 45 for 3.
Yeah, he's been pulled a couple of times, hasn't he? Ogborn, and just really over correcting, I guess, on length there. Tucked away nicely. Fine leg is up. Cannot bowl on leg stump, basically. Has to bowl middle and off. 4th stump, that's going to be his line. Just there.
Yeah, well defended by Ricardo Vasconcelos, who is on 18. 45 for 3 then at the end of the power play. Vasconcelos on 18, save on 1. And well, I get to take a breather. I'll leave you. I'll leave you with Phil Rowe and Mel Farrell for a while.
I've never done this without Dan next to me. It's like someone's just cut the cord or my stabilizers are off. Mel, come and help. I'm all alone. I don't know what to do. What does that button do? What happens if I press that? So it's a welcome back. So welcome back to Mel. Hi Mel, how you doing?
Hi, Phil. It's so nice to be back here. Thanks very much for having me. It's been way too long. I've missed you.
You say that off air, you've just been giving me grief.
Well, to be fair, the reason I give you grief is because you make up words. I've already heard you talking about Jafskis on air, which I've not heard that one before, but I like it.
You can have that.
I like it. And I appreciate that more than some of the other words you come up with.
Should we leave those alone? That's a nice run into the leg side.
Yes, first ball now that we are out of the power play. And we've certainly been treated to some sensational deliveries. Some wonderful seam bowling. Josh Davies, one of them, of course, rewarded with a couple of wickets. And just as you say, Jafski's.
Jafski.
Yeah. It's been a bit around that they've been able to take a bit of advantage of the Northants batters, but at the moment it's definitely Northants under a bit of pressure.
I guess looking at the young bowler in particular, this relates to Alfie Ogborn. Early in his career,
Yes,
he's a young man. He is, I guess, forgiven. That's probably the word I'm looking for. That's a proper word, isn't it? Forgiven.
well, yeah, I think it is very well done. It's almost expected. You don't expect consistency
No, that's right.
from young bowlers.
Absolutely, and
Do
it'd be a tough marker who did that. But what he has brought is Wicket. He's got the main man out, and he's bowled some challenging balls as well. So there's plenty of threat there. I want my bowlers to have threat. Got to have an ability to get people out, and he's shown that already.
He certainly has, and that's been backed up with a couple of cracking deliveries from Josh Davey as well. Yeah, former Scotland international. I've just been up to Scotland.
You
Yeah,
have?
a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it up there. Where have you been? You said Dundee?
Yes.
Anywhere else?
Well, no, it was just up there for the Cricket World Cup League 2 round of fixtures, which will go towards qualifying for the next World Cup. Scotland, Oman and Namibia.
Oh, they've missed out there, Vasconcelos. That was a floaty half volley. I can only call it that. And missed out. Just clothed it to mid-off. Into it a little bit early, and it hit the inside half of the bat. So, and what was the outcome of that? I think I know some of the results, but I'm not absolutely familiar with exactly what transpired.
Oh, well, Scotland were definitely a class apart at home.
That's what I saw that, yeah.
And they had one game washed out against Oman that they were just on the verge of winning.
Ooh, that one's just nipped back a bit. Vasconcelos was shaping, I think, to pull that.
He's found some very tricky movement, has Davey. Even now, we're out of the power play.
I'm not gonna pull that. It was never really there to pull, was it?
No, it was never going to move that much. It just got himself into a bit of an awkward position.
He did.
Did Vasconcelos, and kind of couldn't adjust.
What he did well, though, was having made an error, didn't compound the error. He just dealt with it, which is good batting.
Nicely clipped away. Just the single there. And that is the end of the 6th over from Davey. 49 for 3 Northants. Just trying to recover a little bit now after losing 3 wickets in the power play to some absolutely outstanding deliveries. And I mean, we are back. I can't wait to hear you talk about how this pitch is playing, because when I talk about you making up words,
I know where this is going, don't I?
Last time I was here, which was last year during the Metro Bank One Day Cup, yeah, you talked about pecky bounce, and I've still never quite actually understood what that meant.
I'm not surprised because
because you made it up.
I think I did. But it's one of those things that I absolutely was convinced was a word, and everyone would know exactly what I meant. I've tried it on with a few people, and I just get a very similar look to the one that you gave me on that day, which was, what? We've got a bowling change at the Lynn Wilson end. We've got Archie Vaughn. Early to spin, get him in the game early, get him settled, good captaincy, good move. So he's going to bowl around the wicket to save.
Quite excited to see a bit of Archie Vaughn. Very watchful early on to the 18-year-old.
Oh, his dad bowled a bit of off spin, didn't he? a little straight there. They're going to push for 2. They're going to get 2. These two will run well together. An area of his game that Vasconcelos improves year on year on year is his running between the wickets.
Now, this is just his 3rd game of List A cricket. Archie Vaughn, obviously the surname gets a lot of attention. I always think that must be hard for young players. It's the same with Flintoff coming in now.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Arjun Tendulkar, I remember all the hype whenever he would bowl in the nets at Lords.
Yeah, I think that's a point well made. It's not easy for to be the son of a famous anything. And if you're going to follow the same, the same trade, as obviously we're talking about here, then people might say, "Oh, you get opportunity." I'm not sure it's as simple as that. I think you get a weight of expectation, and you carry that yourself as well. So it's not easy. Started nicely with the ball.
Hey, that was a nice delivery as well. Yeah, that's it. I guess you can say they're just different challenges that they face, but they're still challenges.
Yeah, for sure. Probably helps to some degree that he is not trying to ply his trade in Yorkshire like his dad. He's a long way from home. That's probably a good thing, if anything. But a nice start and nicely, watchfully played by the two diminutive Northants left-handers.
Now, indeed, it's 53 for 3 at the end of Archie Vaughan's first over. There you go. I missed that. The 50 came up in that over. They were quite watchful. I'm just having a look at Archie Vaughn first up.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a double change from the David Capel end. It's going to be Riley Meredith.
The Australian.
What are yours?
Dual citizen, remember? I'm a dual citizen.
Sorry.
Yes, Riley Meredith.
Have you seen a lot of him?
I've seen a bit of him. I mean, he played, obviously, for Tasmania. He has played for Australia.
Yeah.
He played for Australia in that tour they had in, I think it was 2021, ahead of that World Cup. Australia had 7 players unavailable for their white ball tour to the Caribbean. And he got his chance there, and against New Zealand earlier. But so there were a lot of players who had declared they were unavailable for that. But he didn't quite make the most of it. And, since then, other white ball bowlers have kind of come through, like a Nathan Ellis, for example.
Oh, he's a good bowler, isn't he?
Very, very good bowler.
Yeah.
So he's sort of been in that group.
Okay.
Just kind of outside the so-called big 3. You've then got a bunch of probably maybe about 10 bowlers.
He's in the peloton.
He's in the peloton. That's a very good way of putting it. Excellent use of words from you.
I know. It's good, isn't it?
You have missed me, haven't you?
I thought so. And I was right.
It's very, very good way of describing it. But yeah, definitely one. It's obviously played down for the Hobart Hurricanes, for Tasmania as well. So played in the IPL, so he's plenty of experience.
Yeah, and I think that experience is a key word, isn't it, in terms of this particular, just bring it back to this game. Some youth, and we've already seen some of that already with Alfie Ogborn, and then some experience as well. Josh Davey played an enormous amount of cricket, followed at the David Capel end by Riley Meredith, and it just shows you the strength in depth in this Somerset squad.
Now, as you mentioned, this particular tournament does allow for newcomers to make their mark as well. Oh, that has not missed by much, I don't think. I'd like to see that one again.
You know what? On the replay, we'll see this, Mel. I don't see Vasconcelos doing what we're about to see, which is walking through the shot. Okay, so he plays at the ball and he's on the move. and I don't see that very often. That's a man who's got a bit of it's got a bit going on between the ears, I think, because that was generally just put your foot down the wicket and play through the line, or put your foot down the wicket and let it go.
It actually missed by more than I thought.
It's too much.
Yeah, from this angle.
It is deceptive. We're at kind of fine leg, aren't we? Just
Yeah.
to put people in the picture, we're at fine leg and very high as well. And I noticed that on Sunday's game, what I thought had happened with the lines of the ball when you watch the replay, actually, okay, that was slightly different, and that was an example.
A very good one. It's slightly different. Well, when I was in Scotland, we were in a tent for a right-handed batter, probably deep backward square. So that's quite challenging.
That's tough. Yeah, that is tough. I mean, being in a tent in Scotland is tough already. Did you get to the V&A in Dundee?
No, I didn't. I was staying in. Is that the end of the over? It is. Sorry, it is too. It's 54 for 3 now. Northants just on the rebuild. I was staying near the ground, so it was at Fort Hill, which is sort of at a village just outside of Dundee called Broughty Ferry. And it was beautiful. And I stayed in an apartment right on the seafront. It was absolutely sensational. We went for a walk on the beach. There was a castle on the beach, Phil. For an Australian, I get very excited by castles.
Of course you do. Who doesn't?
It's old buildings, old stuff excites me. That's why I like commentating with you. Archie Vaughn continues. Oh, that was a joke. Oh, look, he's not happy.
Mel, you cut me, I bleed, you know. Not made of stone. I mean, you might be forgiven for thinking that.
You know I was joking. Comes down the track. Well, absolutely smokes it. Can hear that clatter from where we are in the commentary box. Well, if there's one way to put a teenager in his place, that is it.
It was a lovely bit of batting, wasn't it? Oh, there was some premeditation in that. There was an early forward press, the right foot for the save going down early. He then went left, right, a lovely chassé, as the dancing teachers would say, and hit it beautifully straight down the ground for 6. And you're quite right. Let's put some, the intent there is let's put some pressure back on the bowler.
Yeah, it is very much welcome to the big leagues. Really was well and truly pummeled. And I think we're going to have to get a new ball.
Oh, is it on the roof, maybe?
I think that might have been the clatter.
Yeah.
Because I could hear it from in here.
I'm going to go and have a quick look. I'll be back very quickly.
Phil, he has to. He's just nipped out to see if he can find the ball and have a quick look. But he can see it. Oh, he's found the ball. Hang on, give us a report.
Yeah, so I've sighted the ball. It is inaccessible. I don't have insurance to go onto that roof.
So it is on the roof.
It's on the roof. Yeah, and it looks well worn. Well, it looks well worn as a cricket ball that's only been out there for what 13.3 overs. It looks well worn. I think it's got that didn't help its appearance, I think.
Well, I think Zabe just about hit the leather off it. That is a good response from Vaughn. They'll get the single, but nice to see him just keep his composure because it's a real challenge, isn't it? As in, this is what you're going to get from me. So how do you come back from that?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good run. Well batted. Safe called that run. It hit the pad and therefore took all of the energy out of the ball. And Safe spotted that quickly and called Vasconcelos through. He's cross with himself. He missed out on a leg stump ball. Reverse sweep's a good option here. There's only one man on that shot. It's nicely bowled.
And very nicely put. Yes, just one fielder at point on that offside there, but didn't go for it. And of the over, 14 gone, 62 for 3. With Vasconcelos and Zabe, well, they were in all sorts of trouble, Northants. I lost Prithvi Shaw, who put on a magnificent double century. I was here for that.
You were, yeah. That was special, wasn't it?
It was quite something.
Against Somerset.
It was.
Yeah.
I remember Jack Brooks playing in that as well.
Yeah, I'm Jack obviously played here and still in contact with Jack from time to time. And he messaged me after that game and said, look, I know we had a young attack, but Phil, that was extra special. None of us had a clue where to bowl that guy. It was impossible. And that's high praise because he's been around a bit, Jack Brooks. He's bowled a lot of balls, a lot of good players. But he said that stood out in terms of quality of that innings. Fortunately, for Northant supporters, he ain't doing that today.
No, and that was just on him a bit too quickly. I think maybe the pace of Meredith just asking a few questions at the moment.
Yeah, it really hurried him, didn't it?
Mm.
He got in position quite early, I think. And then, yeah, the ball just hurried onto him. In the end, he just got an under edge on it down to fine leg. These two are rebuilding, aren't they? 33 for 3 it was. It's now 63 for 3. So a 30 partnership has come pretty quickly. Safe save moves the game forward. He's 12 from 12. That's how he plays.
It's really just come off the inside part of the bat there, but enough to get through for a single. I think the conditions are obviously very different. People would imagine in Australia, bowling in Australia, and then the bowlers that come over here getting used to it. But I guess for someone like Riley Meredith, who has played so much in Tasmania, you would say Hobart has the most English conditions of any of the major grounds in Australia. Yeah, much colder there. It's full and flayed away. There's protection down there. I had to wait to see because I can't see that part of the ground from where we are.
There is a corner down there at third man to where we sit that we can't see because there's a wall which probably doesn't help.
Well, I was leaning over, but I thought I was about to fall over the desk onto the TV, which would not be good for the TV or me. I'm not sure who'd come off worse. But yes, so Hobart, very, very much colder than the other capital cities. It's very lush. Ball tends to do more, even though the Kookaburra doesn't do as much as the Dukes. So it's certainly a different proposition moving from somewhere like Tasmania over here than it would be, say, if you're used to bowling at the Wacker or the Gabba.
Yeah, sure. The last ball that was squirted away down to third man has broken the bottom of Vasconcelos' bat, so he's getting the replacement. Yeah, that's very interesting. I know I haven't been to Tasmania. I know that Victorians talk about there being seasons in Victoria that are unlike other parts of Australia.
Well, I always say, you know how you talk about 4 seasons in a day? Well, in Melbourne, you often get 4 seasons every 15 minutes.
All right.
It's oh, just had a little flash at that one.
That's not a good percentage shot, I think. So he's got to slip in. There's a guy who can catch that shot, who's behind point, sort of a backward point. He's only going to get 1 for it. If he nicks that, he looks the right jump. So I think let that one go through.
Oh, I think it bounced a little bit more than he was expecting.
Yeah.
So Meredith just probing a little bit here.
Got a bit of extra pace, hasn't he?
Yeah.
From the others in the attack.
Is very half-hearted as an appeal. Yeah, he does. He has got that extra bit of pace, and it shows as well in just the way he's hurrying them a little bit. It's another good over from Meredith. The end of 15. Northants 65 for 3. So the recovery continues.
And it's, yeah, that extra pace, Mel, that you're talking about, that last ball, just watching the replay, it was very full. I mean, you may even say it was towards a half volley. Safe save was slow getting forward. His feet didn't really move. The bat came through, got an inside nick up back onto its pad. And it was about pace, really. It was the extra pace that caused the error. Another day that can go through. That's a beautiful orthodox sweep from Vasconcelos. Well in front of square for 4. What a lovely shot.
Yeah, beautifully played. He just met the bounce perfectly to Vasconcelos. And again, a real test for young Archie Vaughn. How does he come back from that? Oh, wow. He comes back with a wicket. That's what he does. Just swept for 4, Archie Vaughn. And then the next ball, he has Vasconcelos plum. What a response.
Yeah, it was given out. Neil Bainton does give them out quickly. It was given out quickly. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. I think the ball's definitely going on to hit the stumps. Only question will be about where it hit him, where the ball intercepted the batter. Was it inside the line of off stump? I think it probably was. Looked fair dinkum, as you would say, Mel. And yeah, he played the shot first ball of the over and hit it beautifully. And I think Vaughn maybe just held that one back slightly, just slightly varied his pace. Vasconcelos threw the shot, and that is. It's not a got-out dismissal, is it? Nicely bowled, so well done, Archie Vaughn. Credit to him. But from a Northants perspective, you'd say, well, you've played that shot once. Why not knock it in a hole and get up the other end? 4 and 1, the coach's dream.
And that is Archie Vaughan's first wicket in 50-over cricket. First wicket in senior cricket, actually, in all. So
nice first ever wicket, is it, Mel?
Well, in list day group, first for the first team.
First for the grown-ups.
First for the grown-ups. Let's put it that way.
Well done.
It's a special one.
Yeah, and he'll remember that for the rest of his career.
He certainly will.
I like what I see. It's a nice, simple, it's high. I like that. I like my off spinners to get up over the front leg, get over the top of the ball, so they get drop.
What I like is that when someone's gone from him, and that's going to happen to off spinners, but when someone has actually taken him on, every time he's come back with a really good delivery.
Yeah, he has.
And that's really stood out. And that is a perfect example there. Just the way he was swept beautifully. Just the calmness, the composure.
Yeah.
To not get the yips or lose his way a little bit.
Yeah.
But to come back with a really good delivery. Well done, Archie Vaughn.
And I think that is an underestimated skill, young spin bowler, because you are going to get pumped. Yeah, particularly being a finger spinner, people are going to run at you and you are going to get pumped early in your spell. You need to just bowl the next ball as though that didn't happen. And that's what Archie Vaughn has done so far. So credit to him.
So Lewis McManus, the skipper, with the job to do, gets off the mark with a comfortable single. Just as they looked as though the rebuild was on for Northants, that wicket just putting things back again.
Yeah, it's something. Oh, that's turned. That's turned off the middle of the wicket as well. It's not, I think that's straight enough. We'll see on replay that. I don't think that's hit a foothold. I think that's turned off the pitch, off the middle of the pitch. Beautifully bowled.
I'll try and have a look at that one again, maybe at the end of the over. It is the end of the over. He gets through them very quickly, Vaughn, but terrific there from him. It was a wicket taking over. Here is a replay of that ball. Whoa! And it has turned a mile.
It has.
An absolute mile. Heavens above. Boy's got skills.
Yeah,
that's what I'd say.
Well bowled, young man.
Yeah.
You know, you often find that the off spinner will bowl from around the wicket, hit the follow through foot marks, and it'll turn and everyone will get excited. It's never going to get anyone out. That ball turned off the wicket. That's pitched middle and off and missed off stump by 8 inches.
Yeah,
beautifully bowled.
We're seeing some really exciting young prospects today. It's what I love about this tournament. 70 for 4 now, and we see Meredith continue. Oh, full delivery, just jammed the bat down really there, McManus.
Yeah, back to the rebuild, as you were saying, Mel. I mean, the rebuild was on, wasn't it? That was a key partnership for Northants. And having hit the first ball beautifully for 4, nice sweep, orthodox sweep, Vasconcelos is then just out, really, just a cricket incident. He's out. And I think that's what I was saying earlier on with Dan, was making starts is the hard bit, and then got to then capitalise on them. And so often, I'm afraid, Vasconcelos is not capitalising on the work that he does.
I've brought in 2 slips now for McManus, but he just plays that one straight. They can sense something here, I think, Somerset, bringing in the extra slip, just putting the pressure right back onto the captain. They've got their quickest bowler right now on the hunt. You can hear that wind. I think wind is...
It is windy, isn't it?
Really howling about. Yeah, last time I was here, we didn't get any play because the wind.
Hey, you mentioned that. That's incredible, isn't it? Oh, that's a nice shot. Wow.
It was all timing. Just leaned into that on drive, safe Zabe. Really classy shot. He just kissed that one with the bat, really.
It was, I still love him. Yeah, he did, didn't he? It was a little kiss on the cheek. Beautifully played down the ground. That's the extra pace. That's where pace hurts you.
Yeah.
You know, I bowl that and it goes to mid-on. But that one raced away off the bat.
This time it has a little bit of width, and again, the ball absolutely racing down to deep point.
It'll be interesting here to see from a captaincy perspective what Somerset do, because obviously Archie Vaughn just got the wicket. But will they leave him on? Will they think, actually, 76 for 4, we can win this game here? Let's get the front liners back on. It's an interesting decision to make. Is this the spell where they think we can win this game in the next 10 overs here?
Now they can certainly do some damage. It's a good Yorker, but well played.
There've been a few, haven't there? There was a Yorker earlier on that broke the bottom of Vasconcelos' bat. There's that one. There's been a few Yorkers bowled already.
There've been some really good deliveries bowled. When you look at the wickets, I think Northants will be going away. Almost every batter, I think, is going to be going back into the dressing room saying, "Well,
yeah.
I want to have my name on it."
Yeah, and that's it. When you get done, you get done. That's the nature of being a professional batter. You are going to get out sometimes and do nothing wrong. Well played.
Oh, that one had him limboing. Talk about that extra pace of Meredith. He used it well on that occasion. End of the 17th over, 77 for 4 now, Northants. A lot of overs left, a lot of time left. They just have to be quite wary of that wicket column.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? With McManus coming in at 6 as well. Generally bats 7, sometimes 8, but generally bats 7. He's one higher than he might normally be. So, yes, it's 4 down, but it's kind of 4.25 down. There were such a thing. Vaughn is going to continue. So the search for the jugular hasn't happened.
Well, maybe they think he's the one.
Maybe they do. Yeah, I mean, the ball that turned well past safe Zabe's outside edge would indicate, yeah, he can get people out. I like that cricket as well. They brought Jack Leach up just before the start of the over. Jack Leach thought, oh, I'm at long on to the right hand, and no, get in the circle. He prevents the single, which means that Vaughn can bowl again at the new batter. Good cricket.
Gets underneath that one, and that is going to be another 6. It won't go on the roof like safe Zabe managed to pound it a couple of overs ago, but it was a monster shot nonetheless.
That's a lovely cricket shot, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really well timed. Again, just getting to the pitch of the ball and getting under that one. Now, here it is. How does he respond this time? Darts it in.
First time he's gone flatter, isn't
It
it?
is the first one.
Yeah.
It's the first dart we've seen, actually.
Yeah.
So fascinating seeing a young cricketer at the start of their career, how they go about working out the problems and the situations that come to them, the different battles. Oh,
Yeah, and that's turned again, hasn't it?
yep, it has. And see the way Zabe just pulled out of that shot. Shows his concern. Plays it very late this time.
The real conundrum for Save here is a brilliant reverse sweeper, and the ball is turning away from him, which encourages that shot. And there's only one man on that shot. And it's almost as though Somerset, they will know that he reverse sweeps well. We're almost saying, well, if you want to go there at 85 for 4, you crack on. And it'll be a matter of how long he can be patient enough not to do that. I guess whilst he's scoring freely elsewhere, this is batsmanship now. Whilst he's scoring freely elsewhere, which he is, then you don't need to play that shot because there is risk in it. There's risk in most shots. There's extra risk in that shot. So he's going to try and keep that in the locker as long as he can. When he needs to play the reverse sweep, I think he then goes to it. But it's about batsmanship. It's about making those decisions and then not letting the little man on your shoulder take over, doing something that's outside your plan.
85 for 4 now, end of the 18th. And it's Meredith, of course, to continue. Fuller deliveries, used his pace well, Meredith. Some of the deliveries, once they get bat on them, they do tend to fly off because of that very pace. But he's bowled some good Yorkers. And we saw the last ball of his last over, a very good short ball.
Yeah, I think he might. They want to hit in the stumps a lot, and we've seen that already. That's clearly a plan. Get it up there. There's some movement available. But to save with the long boundary leg side, a short ball's not a bad option.
Again, there's the Yorker.
It is windy, isn't it? We can hear it coming through that effects mic.
That's where it's coming from. So apologies if you're getting that, but I like to think it makes you feel that you're in the ground with us. Like Dan's just come back and turned down the effects mic a little bit. That it's too sensible. We're technically challenged.
A good run.
Yeah, very well run. Just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking along. It's taken a little bit of a battering at times. The last thing they want to do is get stuck treading water and then lose another wicket.
Yeah, it's been kind of consistent, 4.5, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. It's important in particularly in this format that you don't get stuck, isn't it? And you keep picking up your runs here and there. And if there's no boundaries on offer, then dropping it and running is saves. Good cricket from him.
There's a lot of space on the leg side for runs, but Riley Meredith is making it very difficult for the batters to exploit that, really.
Yeah, his line has been very good, hasn't it? Very good. He's bowled a couple of Yorkers that haven't led to a wicket, but they've led to a broken bat, and a couple of times batters have chopped down.
Well, they've got a short mid-wicket in. They have got a fielder deep backward square. And apart from that, there's a lot of vacant territory. And that has gone into that vacant territory, but not with any great conviction. And there you go. We do have a very fine leg down there as well. That's in the bit that's hidden from
we can't see. Rob White is the umpire at the standing end, and if Rob White turns and looks over his right shoulder, he'll see his house. He's recently moved to a house just behind the floodlight, so he must have the shortest journey. to work.
Wow,
Must have the, mustn't he? I would have thought the short, he's virtually on the ground.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Take your work home with you.
Probably still drives, no Martin.
Again, it's full from Meredith. And he finishes another tidy over. He's none for 12 after 4. And Northants 87 for 4 after 19. Reminder that we did have a little bit of rain, so match has been reduced by 2 overs altogether, so 49 each. Yeah, last time I was here, I was supposed to be commentating on a day of championship cricket, and they couldn't play it because it was too windy. The floodlights were swaying.
Wow.
It was unbelievable. In fact, they ended up taking off the covers because they were worried they were going to snap and be taken up by the wind.
Oh, do you know roughly when that was, Mel?
It was before the World Cup. It was in May. It was,
okay,
but towards the end of May.
Right.
Because it was yeah, that's right. But pretty sure it was them. Or maybe it was early May. It's definitely May. Let's stick with that.
May is good.
And Somerset is sticking with Archie Vaughn as well. Really intriguing to watch this young man early in his career. We've seen some prodigious turn from him early on. Of course, he's got a great mentor in Jack Leach to work with there. Somerset, obviously a wonderful breeding ground for spinners.
Well, they've got a bowl, haven't they? Young spinners get better by bowling a lot. And if conditions happen to suit, well, why not? I mean, back in the day, Northants were instrumental in producing Graham Swan and Monty Panazar through this club, went on to have very successful international careers. And the reason that they developed so quickly is because the wickets turned. And so they got a lot of overs in. And that's a good thing, right? That's good. The job of the many jobs, one of the jobs of county cricket is produce international cricketers. And there's 2 that benefited from bowling on helpful surfaces, learned their trade that way.
Again, just playing that one very late, McManus, showing a fair bit of respect to Archie Vaughn. I think they've seen those couple of balls that have absolutely ripped.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd want to be playing with the spin there rather than into the spin. That way. Well played, safe, giving himself a little bit of room.
And yeah, and playing nice and late so that he's got plenty of time. But there's a tidy little over there from Vaughn, just the 2 singles coming from it. And at the end of 20 overs, Northants 89 for 4. I'm going to leave you for a bit, but don't worry, Phil. I'm not going to leave you alone. I'm going to hand. Oh no! You're leaving.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I was leaving.
It's something.
No,
It's something you said.
Yeah, nick off. Was that because I said something about him being old?
Well, no, that's a fair comment.
No, it's not.
Of course
It's terrible.
No, it's absolutely
I'll
fine.
do my penance later.
Okay.
We're gonna get Dan in. We'll get you back on again shortly.
I'm off. Dan's in.
I'll just do a little shuffle and, well, we go from the new kid on the block when it comes to off spin to one of the old kids on the block. Older kids, he's certainly not old, as Dan comes in to join me.
It's been good. Hey, bit of a fight back for Northants, although plenty of pressure on this partnership, isn't there?
Well, there really is. If they lose another 1 or 2 wickets here, well, they are in real trouble. I did say off spin. I didn't mean left arm spin. It's a spinning.
Yeah.
It's a spinning thing.
Falls under the finger spin umbrella, doesn't
Is this
it?
yeah, I should have said finger spin, shouldn't I? And that's just clipped away nicely. It'd be interesting to to actually have a chat with Archie Vaughn and just find out the sort of mentorship that perhaps he's been getting from Jack Leach. Now, imagine having that experience to be able to guide you early in your career.
Yeah, it's a bit of a puzzle, isn't it, down at Somerset with the spin bowling options that they have available. Shoaib Bashir is here as well with Somerset today. A warm up, a bowl through. Played against Derbyshire in their last fixture, not playing today. Archie Vaughan is playing today with Jack Leach. Shoaib Bashir, England's first choice spinner in Test cricket at the moment, who got loaned out from Somerset to go to Worcestershire because Jack Leach was playing for Somerset. There's a few puzzle pieces there that kind of could do with being put together. Maybe they're still searching for the edges.
Well, I think it might just be about how they manage the various spin options that they've got, knowing that Bashir is not going to be available at certain times as well. Oh, he's just played that really nicely in the end. Waited. They're coming back for what might have been a close one if it had been a direct hit.
Yeah, he certainly certainly put his skates on, didn't he? Coming back down towards James Rew there. I think if that was direct, there certainly would have been a big appeal from Somerset. We haven't got the benefit of the slow motion replays and the side on cameras, but I think that was going to be close.
Oh, and he just dragged his length back a little bit on that occasion, Leach. Just a single coming from it, didn't capitalise. And it's the end of Leach's first over. 5 runs coming from it, 94 for 4. And it's only 21 overs gone. So the run rate's okay. So it's been reasonably steady. And there's a chance, of course, if they can keep this partnership going, then they can actually go big in those last 10 overs and try and put a decent tally. But it's just that those, every time you thought that they might have started to go again, wickets fallen.
Yeah, it's felt like it's just been tough to get going today, hasn't it? It's incredibly overcast, although as I say that, it does look like it's getting a little bit brighter out there. There is live grass on the pitch. It has been used, came up against a high quality attack at the top of the order and really got the benefit of those 2 new balls.
It's the fact that the balls that have taken wickets have been fantastic deliveries. And, you know, that's just what happens sometimes. It's going to happen in cricket, and you can argue that batters have to find a way to do it, but some of those deliveries this morning, you imagine they'd give anyone a problem. Change in bowling now. Thomas is into the attack.
Yeah, first look at George Thomas today. Seam-up option. Archie Vaughan gets a breaker. Must have been a temptation to go spin from both ends for a while, but one of the England under-19 cricketers, George Thomas. Keeper up to the stump still.
Oh, there's protection down there. That's where the short boundary is. Sunset Boulevard, am I right?
Certainly has been, yeah. It's well remembered.
Yes, I haven't forgotten all the things that I learned here last year.
It'll be back 3rd of September, won't it? Home quarter final in the T20 Blast against Somerset.
It's also where the coffee van is, and I'll have to go and visit that man because he makes excellent coffee. Old man with his little black van down there.
I've heard there's decent roasted Mediterranean vegetable quiches as well. And the good news is as well, if down on Sunset Boulevard, if anybody was looking today, we found Wally as well. That's handy, isn't it?
Oh, hey, I see.
Or Waldo, depending on where you are in the world.
Okay, so for anyone obviously can't see, there is a man in a red and white striped T-shirt down there. So it is very Where's Wally Well, shorter delivery, and it's sat up but not put away by McManus. And you can understand them playing a little bit cautiously at this point in time as well, with those 4 wickets gone.
Yeah, I mean, McManus hasn't been in great form, 75 runs at an average of 15 in the competition. And he has been out to bat when there have been overs left to make an impact on a game, and hasn't been able to as yet. Save's been in nice touch. But as you say, can't afford to lose another one. Gus Miller is carded next. He's averaging 41 in the One Day Cup so far this summer, and it's great to see him being given an opportunity by the coaches in the first team in this competition. Justin Broad as well, striking it nicely, but he has come out at the end of the innings, striking at 153.
Oh, nicely played. Manages to find the gap between the two fielders. Won't go all the way. Oh, I remember when I was here during the Metro Bank last year was when Tom Taylor was in a real purple patch as well. But Justin Broad is the end of the over, by the way, 96 for 4. Justin Broad was also coming in and playing some terrific big hitting cameos at the end of innings.
Yeah, I think you're going to really enjoy watching Justin Broad today. He's developed as a cricketer, as you'd expect, having a winter and almost a full calendar year now as a professional, having signed his first professional contract midway through last summer for the Steelbacks for Northamptonshire. Big steps forward for Justin Broad, which is great. The pace is up with the ball. It comes back for a second spell now as well with a similar pace. And the batting has improved as well, which is great to see.
Oh, that's in the air momentarily. That'll make Jack Leach happy to see that.
I thought for a moment, that had just floated straight back to Jack Leach, didn't you?
It's against the angle, the angle that we're watching on. I did think that was a little bit of danger. Nicely driven, safe option down to long off. You're right. It's quite fascinating that we see Shoaib Bashir here today, but not in the side, and just how Somerset are rotating and using these 3 spin options in particular. It's a great opportunity to give some experience to someone like Archie Vaughn. As we hear the applause, and that's because the 100 has come up for Northants with that single. The crowd have probably not been so happy to see the 4 wickets falling, but it's a good crowd here today. Misfield, and they're going to grab another single, which is appreciated by the crowd as well. Yeah, it's a decent crowd here today.
Yeah, it's a nice turnout. There was a big crowd on Sunday for the Community Day. Sold over 2,000 tickets for the One Day Cup. £2 a ticket it was. And yeah, nice to see on a work day, on a Wednesday, to see the fans turn up.
Played that very deep in his crease. I remember I was here last year, and the over, by the way, it's 49 gone, 101 for 4. I was here for that Community Day last year because I remember down below us in those nets, absolutely full of boys and girls. A really, really great day. So I'm glad to hear that it was a success again. It's not yet at the halfway mark. 101. What do you reckon that they're looking at here? Or is it more a case of we're not looking at anything? We're just trying not to lose any more wickets.
Just trying to think what was the score on Sunday. It wasn't a huge score, and it stalled. It stuttered its way after as you would expect really a free-flowing start from Prithvi Shaw. It's 295 for 6 off 50 overs for Northamptonshire. Prithvi Shaw got 72 of those off 59 balls at the top. Contributions of 68 from Vasconcelos, 60 from Bartlett, and kind of made it look like a different pitch to what Prithvi Shaw did. So Worcestershire in response all out for 165. I would guess a number around 250, probably on a pitch that's now certainly in its third game of cricket, would put you really in the game. Ben Sanderson with the new ball is going to be as challenging, as skillful as what we saw from Alfie Ogborn and Josh Davey first up as well. They're without Jack White today, which is going to be a big miss, but it's not going to be easy going up top, I don't think. So somewhere around 250, I would imagine, will put you in the game.
Oh, it's certainly achievable. Save Zabe looks like he is in very nice touch indeed. Oh, he absolutely gets underneath that one. And it's not the most convincing 6, if that makes sense. But in the end, it carries just enough. Looked as though he might have been in danger of just sending that one to the fielder running in from deep backward square leg.
He knows his dimensions well, doesn't he? Sabe. He's targeted that short leg side boundary, and on the angle that just gets shorter and shorter the straighter it goes up towards the Spencer Lounge. And I think he's picked the boundary right, because I think on another area, maybe 5 yards squarer, that's then potentially a chance there, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. There was half a chance, you thought, for the fielder out there. Wasn't too far over his head, and it did just drop almost vertically behind him. So he picked exactly the right part of the ground. So it's just a quieter period of the match now, as we see the end of the 24th over, 110 for 4. And you really think that this is the phase where it might be just waiting for the ball that drops in a bit short or over pitch to put away, and try and play those safer, high percentage scoring shots that aren't necessarily going to lead to more wickets falling, because that is the main issue for them at the moment.
Yeah, there's gaps around, isn't there, in this kind of middle 30 over middle period of the game. Somerset can have 4 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle, and they have elected to have all 4 of them out there. And there are gaps, and you can kind of tick it over, can't you, I suppose, for want of a better phrase. So much cricket left to play. There's just no need to take a risk, is there, at the moment?
It's actually what I really like about the 50 over game is that sometimes, especially if you've been watching T20 cricket, as a viewer, it takes adjusting. The safe option again, long off both back. You sort of end up feeling when you're watching, they're not scoring enough, too many dot balls, and then you go, hang on a second, we're only 21 overs into a 50 over match. So yeah, always more time than you think. Especially found that after coming back from T20 World Cup, where you get so used to that, it really takes a period of adjustment when you go back to 50 over cricket. But that's what I like about it, the fact that it has different phases and storylines emerge.
Yeah, you certainly in other formats think at 33 for 3, you'd be thinking, well,
yeah,
not much good's going to happen from this stage. But actually, with the quality of the players that are available in this fixture for the Steelbacks, with McManus and Safe Zabe at the crease right now, with Gus Miller to come and Justin Broad, you do get an opportunity, you do get time to rebuild, and you can still put together a score that can prove challenging.
He's just gone a little bit too leg side that time, Leach. Comfortable 2 runs picked up. And we are, in fact, at the halfway. Well, no, we're past the halfway mark because we've lost an over. So used to thinking 25 is half, but of course we've only got 49. So, but we did reach the halfway mark in that over, and they've moved to 114 for 4 Northants. So once again, the rebuild is on, and the players are going to have a drinks break.
It didn't really feel long enough, did it, to warrant losing an over or losing 2 overs from the fixture?
I was surprised that we'd lost 2. I thought it felt like they were only off for like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. I thought there would have been a leeway, or kind of I thought it was a half-hour kind of barrier to not lose overs. But as it is, well, it isn't going to have a great effect on the game, is it? Either way, it's not like we've lost 18 from either side, and all of a sudden we're going to reshuffle batting orders, and people might be bowling at the death because we're thinking about a shorter run chase or whatever. So it's not really, but a window service, isn't it? Window dressing, I think, is what they call it.
I think we probably will get the same result in 49 that
I suspect so, yeah. I suspect so. I think you might be right.
Which way that result will fall, he knows at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you'd certainly say it's been Somerset's first quarter of this fixture. Without really going into too great detail, you've only got to look at the scoreboard for that to have Northamptonshire 4 down, having Northants won the toss and chose to bat first this morning to pick up those 4 quick wickets cheaply as well, and particularly the man that would have left an impact on that Somerset dressing room last summer so cheaply. They'll be thrilled. And I think if you'd have said 114 for 4 at 25 overs, they'd have bitten your hand off for it.
They certainly would have. They certainly would have bitten your hand off at 33 for 3. Knowing that Prithvi Shaw was back in the dressing room already. Well, it was just some absolutely cracking deliveries with that opening bowling partnership with Osborne and Davey, just producing some magic balls, really. And then some nice things to have been seen of Archie Vaughn in getting his first wicket for the senior side at Somerset, playing in just his 3rd list day match. And not just the fact that he took that wicket of Vasconcelos, the fact that he took the delivery after being swept for 4. And when he was pummeled down the ground for 6, came back and bowled a really good ball. There's some really nice things to see from him in that, the way he responded to being, given a little bit of treatment. And there was the sense of, with some of those balls as well, that let's sort this teenager out.
Well, I think it's smart cricket, isn't it? To be able to put the pressure on the young man and potentially kind of give Sean Dixon a headache and think, oh, where am I going to find these extra? They've got options, haven't they? We haven't seen Lewis Goldsworthy bowl yet. He's very, very capable to do so. So that would be, they've already used 6. So Lewis Goldsworthy would make it 7 bowlers used. And without going through and looking at everybody's technique and abilities, I'm sure there's probably another option in there as well if Sean Dixon needed it. But yeah, it was great to see. And as Rowie said earlier on, it's one of the real highlights of the competition is the fact that unfortunately players get taken away to go and play elsewhere. But actually it does really put people forward and give cricketers opportunities possibly ahead of where they would be if it wasn't for the 100 and for the Somerset's first choice being otherwise engaged, I suppose.
There's always an upside, isn't there?
You've got to look for it. It's there. George Thomas continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Safe tries to turn it round the corners to the leg side. Can't beat it past the man at mid-wicket, but it does feel for Northants there's a lot of pressure on these two.
It just feels like there's a lot of work. It's one of those ones where it's going to be a real day of hard graft. You can see the way that Thomas's shirt is flapping there. It just gives you an indication of how windy it is.
Yeah, Gus Miller and Save had a very, very good partnership at Radlett against Middlesex to keep Northants in the game. They did go on to lose that one by 5 wickets, but it shows that there is still batting to come, and Gus has been in some really good touch. But with the experience of these two now, the amount of cricket that they both played, Save still only 24, but having played a lot of cricket, a lot of responsibility on, well, not only the captain's shoulders, but also Save as well.
Well, you feel like Save is absolutely key here. He's 38 now. He's got there at a good click as well, just 44 deliveries. So he is the set one and the one who looks really in touch.
And the captain has gone. Save still there, but Lewis McManus has been beaten by George Thomas. It's the top of off stump. We've seen that a couple of times today. It's a good place to live as a seamer. Bit of shape away, wasn't there? Which McManus couldn't cover up, and he's gone. The captain's gone for 20, and the Steelbacks are 5 down for 115. One for drinks.
And it's another good delivery. It just straightened up a little bit, just enough. Lewis playing inside the line, Lewis McManus. And again, just another good delivery. From the seamers, they've all been bowled or one caught behind, which, well, a lesser player than Prithvi Shaw probably wouldn't have actually got the edge. It was that good. Oh, just means it's the 5th wicket to fall, 115 for 5. And again, just as a partnership looked to be building, it's back not quite to square one, because Save does look very good out there. But now it's Gus Miller who has a job to do.
Yeah, I was just talking, wasn't I, about the partnership that he and Save put together. We had a replay of the wicket of Lewis McManus. A beauty, really, from George Thomas. Shape from the hand and then continued to go off the pitch. Not lavish, not huge, but that's all you need sometimes, just enough.
Yeah, it almost actually wasn't as much as movement watching it the second time around, but it was just enough.
Yeah, 115 for 5. Gus Miller, 165 runs in the competition at an average of 41. Joins Save in the middle. We saw a real brief cameo from him at the end of the game here on Sunday against Worcestershire, just to get the Steelbacks up to that total of 295. But the fixture I was just talking about at Radlett, Gus Miller, 73 off 68 deliveries, 9 fours and a 6. Put together a 125-run partnership with Save, which allowed Northants to post 317 that day. They did finish second in the end as Middlesex chased that down with 11 balls remaining. But what I'm saying in a really long way is he's in good touch.
Well, I think he said it very well. 26 gone, 115 for 5. And what it does do is it shows that these two have been able to do it before, this pair together. And at the moment, Northants need something else like that, another partnership of that ilk. Because half the wicket's gone, just over half the over's gone.
Yeah, Jack Leach continues from the David Capel, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 12. Left-handed Save on strike. I would imagine, frustratingly for Save, the dismissal there of Lewis McManus is just going to need to require him to just change down a gear again. He said he got there in good time, didn't he? 39 or 45, but does he have to be a little bit more watchful?
Well, he's played the couple of sixes. So he came down absolutely hammered Vaughn, didn't he? Straight back over his head. It was one that he pulled that really was a top edge that just went for 6. But a lot of he's played quite deep in his crease, quite late. He's giving himself as much time as he possibly can. There's been quite a bit that's risk-free.
Yeah, Gus Miller, a couple of nice shots there, not able to get off the mark. Yeah, that one that went straight up, well, not straight up, it went for 6, didn't it? But hung in the air for a long time. And the fielder down there was interested in it for a lot longer than what I thought they were going to be. Safe almost. And Jack Leach has gone through Gus Miller. Gus Miller goes without scoring. He's faced 5 deliveries in his short stay at Wantage Road. And the Steelbacks, having rebuilt from 33 for 3, got through to drinks at 114 for 4 and have lost 2 wickets for 2 runs.
I think that's surprised. I think that surprised me. I don't think he realised that he'd actually been bowled until he looked back and saw his stumps messed up. But great delivery from Leach. Just a turn on offer. Beating the outside edge of the bat. Great work from Leach. Plenty of experience coming into that delivery from him. He has oodles of it. A 6 wicket to fall, 116 for 6. And all of a sudden, well, Sabe just needs someone to stay with him.
Certainly does. Gus Miller wasn't able to do so. Justin Broad is the new man for the Steelbacks. That was a beauty again, wasn't it? It's been a consistent theme throughout this innings so far. Somerset have bowled some real wicket-taking deliveries. Every one they've served up, they've got reward for. That's turned off the straight, and it's straightened, and it's just clipped the outside half of off stump. You couldn't ask for a better delivery, really, from Jack Leach. And
it's just been, like you said, it's just every wicket has been real quality. It hasn't been any of them. You haven't gone, well, he's just played a really bad shot. They've been genuinely terrific balls. And that was one from Leach. So I think if you were Somerset, you'd just be really pleased with what your bowlers have done.
Yeah, there's been some real beauties on show.
Jafskis. I'm going to be calling them Jafskis from now on.
Hey, as cricket spreads throughout Europe now, as you'd know, Jafski could be a good choice of words for sure. Justin Broad then in at number 8. Defends that one from Jack Leach.
I am looking forward to seeing Justin Broad because I was sort of thinking of him as very much a lower order, come in sort of in the last 7 or 8 overs, ideally. This is a different challenge for him.
Yeah, he's had a tough year, I think, would be fair to say, particularly with the bat. But I think a lot of that can be caveated down to the fact that probably batted everywhere between 1 through 8 in the various different formats for Northants this year. Started the year in the championship opening the batting, whilst Ricardo Vasconcelos was unavailable for selection. So opened up down at Hove against Jaden Seals and Ollie Robinson, which Division 2 of the Championship, with the exception of Ben Sanderson and Jack White, you'd struggle to think of a better opening pair, wouldn't you, than those two? So it's been tough for Justin Broad, but he's got as we keep saying, a great opportunity. George Thomas continues. Oh, it's nearly just bounced back onto the stumps. Saves defence there.
Wow, I don't think that missed by very much at all. So we just take another look. Oh, I don't think that's missed by much.
No, Safe will know that he's got another batter here, hasn't he, with Justin Broad. Ben Sanderson as well is better than handy with a cricket bat and enjoys it. Takes a quick single to Jack Leach, and there's chance for an overthrow. No, good work by James Root. Just to tidy a bit of a wild one up from Jack Leach there. So Safe adds another one. He moves to 40. But I do wonder, Save's so free-flowing, so attacking, so attractive as a cricketer. Is his best form of defence in a scenario like this actually attack? Be a brave cricketer to do so.
Well, it's the responsibility he takes on and then how much Broad does at the other end, because you don't want to tread water either, as we were sort of discussing earlier. Still got to find a way to get the runs with as much safety, choosing a moment to attack.
Justin Broad gets a hit ball from George Thomas, turns it down to the man at fine leg for a single, so gets himself off the mark. Takes the score up to 118 for 6.
I mean, just that reminder, we've only just passed the halfway mark. There is a lot of time. There are a lot of, you would imagine, 4 balls to be bowled.
Yeah, well, Somerset haven't bowled many, have they, in that first half? So you'd think there would be a few kicking around.
I have bowled really well. There has been the odd one, the release. They've kept the pressure on really well. The thing is, when they've bowled really good deliveries, they've been outstanding deliveries. So any release balls, it just becomes harder for the batters to actually be aggressive and take them on, because that's in the back of their minds.
Change of pace there from George Thomas, I think. Maybe out the back of the hand, which was well watched by Save, who runs it up to the man on the long on boundary. Takes the single. Will keep the strike as well. 119 for 6 after 28 overs. Run rate 4.25. What are those numbers saying on that screen in front of you there, Mel? Where would the Steelbacks get to? This rate, what's that, 208? Which certainly isn't going to be enough, is it?
Oh, where am I looking?
Just top left-hand corner of the white screen. See 6 and over there. What does that say? Does that say 245?
Oh, that's the wasp.
Mm.
We're under the wasp. 6 and over 245, 8 and over 287. Oh, I can't see them scoring 8 and over, I've got to say. But if they don't lose any more wickets, it's 6 down is the big problem.
Yeah, you're limited with your opportunities to take risks, aren't you?
As I said, if you've got someone like Justin Broad coming in with the power that we know he has, when you've got 6, 7 overs left. So for me, it's almost more interesting to watch how Justin Broad plays this than Safe Zabe, because you know that if there's something there to be put away, he likely will, and he's got so much class and elegance that he can keep going along at this rate. So Broad, though, is quite fascinating to see how he copes with this.
A bit quicker there from Jack Leach, just into the surface. Interestingly as well, I think Somerset just brought one player up inside the circle there for Justin Broad, who's early in his innings. One covered up to Jack Leach's disbelief.
You're doing what I'm doing. You're leaning over, and I'm worried that you're going to fall over the desk.
No, I think there's just the two outside, isn't there? Sweeper on either side.
So you're looking to see if there was anyone down at
yeah, what I should have done now is I probably should have looked at the lad there at 45 and realised that I've played some cricket to realise that there probably wouldn't be a cricketer stood directly behind him.
That would be funky.
It would, wouldn't it? Sometimes in Division 7 of the West Sussex Cricket League, I think you could do with kind of a long stop or a backstop, whatever you want to call it, for some of the fielders. But in the One Day Cup, not strictly needed, is it? So should have looked out the window. Anyway, end of the over. 29 done, 120 for 6. So 20 overs exactly remain, having lost 2 overs in this fixture for that very, very short rain delay first thing this morning. So yeah, sixes take Northamptonshire to 240. That still feels like a long way off, doesn't it, at the moment? Doubling it from here.
It does feel a long way, I've got to say. Not impossible, of course. I think we'll find out what is possible from this partnership right here in front of us.
Yeah, maybe if they can, 10 overs of risk-free cricket and see what the scoreboard says at 39, maybe. That's a full toss from Thomas, which Justin Broad times nicely down to the man at deep mid wicket for just a single.
That's full toss. That's might be part of the situation as well. That's a kind of ball that maybe in different circumstances, if it was being bowled in the 43rd over, that you might see Justin Broad really go for that one.
Thomas, which Safe Sabe plays nicely down to Alfie Ogborn long on. Another single added, 123 for 6. Yeah, you're right. And I mean, Somerset have earned the right, haven't they, to miss the length by a fraction and not get punished at the moment.
Yeah, it always fascinates me how batters would play the same ball differently. Just and the different situation. That's especially in 50 over cricket. That's why I actually really like it, because you will see that even more so than in T20 cricket.
Yeah, I mean, the odds here are stacked against the Steelbacks. Let's not kind of beat around the bush here. Let's not try and pretend that they aren't. But there is still cricket. There was still enough cricket left in this innings with the quality there in the middle. If things go perfectly to plan for Northamptonshire, that they could still put together a score that proves challenging because of the length of time that's left in the game. As we said, there's still a 20-over innings.
As a full T20 innings to be played. Problem is you're playing it, you've only got 4 wickets. And you've got a lot of your best batting back in the shed.
Broad turns that one into the leg side. It's another quick single.
I'm going to leave you now and let you bring back in the wonderful Phil Rowe. Let's see if he's got any new words to introduce to you.
I'm looking forward to it. I suspect he's been, I don't know, he's probably been looking on the thesaurus or something just to see if there's anything up his sleeve. But 124 for 6 after 30 overs exactly. 19 overs remain. Safe Zabe, the linchpin really of the innings. 44 not out off 53. Justin Broad at number 8 today. He's 3 off 12, and Jack Leach continues from the David Capel end. It was going all right, Phil, until you took your 10 over break.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's been it's been difficult watch actually. I just stood along the other end in the other pod, for anyone who knows the ground. 2 big pods, one we commentate from and one the producer sits in. I've been along there, and yeah, it's been tough watching. But I mean, Somerset have done well, haven't they? And you know, there are 2 teams here. Obviously, we have our colours attached to the Northampton mast, so it's been disappointing from that perspective, no doubt. But Somerset have been very, very good.
Oh, absolutely good value for the position that Somerset have put themselves in. Particularly having been asked to bowl first this morning by Lewis McManus. Would have been interesting, wouldn't it, to have known what the Somerset camp would have done had the coin have fallen the other way around. But they've certainly made, well, the best and some of the situation they found themselves in at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah, no doubt.
Some real absolute beautiful deliveries to take the 6 wickets that they have taken. That's nicely timed by Broad, and misfielded at backward point will allow him to go through for a single. Like the wicket of Gus Miller. Did you see that one?
That was Leach bowling. Yeah, but pitch and go past the, yeah. I didn't get to see a replay, but it just looked like a very good bit of bowling.
Which struggled, I think, to have bowled a better ball, I think.
It was a classic slow left armers dismissal, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it's chipped in the air by Safe Save. Again, it just hung in the air. It floated, and for a moment, Jack Leach and the catcher in on the leg side there were interested, but it was gapped nicely in the end.
Yeah, just as I sort of re-engage and get myself back in, back at the crease, as it were, I'm just wondering, Sean Dixon is the Somerset captain, whether he's thinking about squeezing a little bit more with Safe Save as well. I don't know. I mean, he obviously isn't doing that, and things are going pretty well for him. So it's not a criticism. It's just a different flavour potentially. There are more men in here, aren't there? So they're squeezing Broad, definitely.
Yeah, Somerset just electing to have 2 outside the 30-yard circle for Justin Broad whilst he attempts to start his innings here in the One Day Cup against Somerset. It's a single there for the last ball of the over. So it's 129 for 6 off 31.
And you choose your poison here. So, I mean, it appears Dixon is saying, okay, so safe save, likes to hit boundaries, likes to dominate. We're going to get our maximum number of guys on the boundary. Jack Leach is so accurate. So he's going to do well to hit it somewhere where there's not a boundary fielder. If he hits it where there is a boundary fielder, he gets 1. And we get to bowl at Justin Broad, which is probably the matchup they would prefer. And in that way, exerts a lot of pressure on safe save. Not necessarily in the next 2 or 3 overs, but as the innings progresses. So sort of taking the life out of Safe's innings, taking the oxygen away from him. That's good captaincy. There are more than one way to skin a cat. It's not all about squeezing both batters. Just deny him of strike, deny him of boundaries. And you've got to have the bowlers to then back that up. And the good news for Sean Dixon and that strategy is he does have the bowlers to back him up.
Certainly does. One of those bowlers that can back up the strategy is Riley Meredith. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 12 for the Australian overseas. This is a nod to Justin Broad in, get that bit of extra pace going through the crease. George Thomas bowled really well though. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, but could be forgiven, I think, at number 8. I think that Somerset are into the tail. Justin Broad is better than a number 8.
Yeah, he is, and I think he will enjoy the extra pace as well. To be honest, that's not to say that he won't get knocked over by Riley Meredith, but having seen a little bit of Justin Broad's cricket now over a couple of years, I think this is a very good format for him. White ball cricket, I think, is where his future lies. That's not to say he can't break into the red ball team. He can, because his bowling is coming on in leaps and bounds, and I think I heard you mention that earlier, but. I think he struggled with the lack of pace that was on offer. So the extra pace of Meredith will hopefully, from a Northants perspective, suit Broad better.
2 straight from Riley Meredith to start the over. Broad gladly turns it round the corner to the man up on fine leg boundary. He moves to 9. Safe save on strike.
What's a good number from here, Dan? What are we thinking? Have you had that conversation already?
Yeah.
Have you? What do you get to?
Well, before drinks, when it was 4 down, I was thinking 250 kind of puts the Steelbacks in the game.
Yeah.
They obviously only made 296 a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
And the pitch has obviously been used further than that since. That's a beauty, isn't it, from Meredith? Lift off the surface, which I think Safe just dropped his hands on at the last minute as it went through to James Rue. So I was thinking 250, would put Northants in the game, assuming that we are of the understanding that the pitch will progressively kind of deteriorate as the day goes on and will become harder to score. But I don't think that's strictly possible now. I think anything over 200 for here, 225 around that would be a good number for Northants, having been 124 for 6. 100. Again, a beauty from Meredith. A bit of extra pace then, actually, proving slightly trickier for Safe save.
Yeah.
Do you think Safe is? It's a more complicated role now for Safe save, isn't it?
It is.
He's so incredibly attractive with a cricket bat when that role is clear. When he's attacking, when he's in 6th gear, can't be in 6th gear right now. How much does that impact someone like Safe save, who will want to dominate the bowlers?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. That is a really good question. One of the things that I watch this next ball from Meredith. So just the 1 square of the wicket, isn't it? One of the things that I like to talk to in my previous role, would talk to young players about, young batters in particular, would be options. And the better players have more options. They can play in more than one way. And the game will ask you to play in more than one way. And if you only got one way, you better be a genius at that one way. And most are not, right? So Safe Save's preference is to be busy, get on with it, both sides of the wicket, both feet, put pressure back on the bowler, etc. And he's very, very good at that. You know, if we look back at his career to date, most of the eye-catching contributions that Safe made have been generally in that way. This is a different situation because it's not straightforward. Northampton 6 down. They've got to build a partnership. He's got to face Jack Leach a lot, who's a good partner to face Riley Meredith. So he's not getting the free balls to score off. The fields are well set. He can't find his boundaries to take pressure off his strike rate and so on. So it asks different questions of him. And I think we'll find out. I'd say we'll find. So far, I really like the way that he's shaping up. He's got what he has got now. He's only a young man still, but he's got a lot of experience. He's been around. He's seen this rebuilding job done plenty of times from the boundary edge and sometimes from the other end. And it's up to him now to be the senior player and do that. If he does that well, then I think 250 is back on. But it's a big ask. But yeah, I think 250 is back on. But safe save has to be there quite close to the end.
Absolutely. If not walking off, not out
Yeah.
at the end of the innings as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's proven already this year that in this competition that he has the ability to play a different style of innings. 58 off 77 at Radlett against Middlesex as Northampton recovered to post a good score there, which eventually wasn't enough. Justin Broad turns that one into the leg side, gets a single. Misfield from Ogbourne, but didn't allow Steelbacks pair to come back for a second. And he played such an attractive innings here against the Bears, didn't he, in that must-win game in the Blast?
In the T20, that was a magnificent innings, yeah. Yeah.
So he's in good touch. Advances Jack Leach, I think, probably saw him coming there and just dropped it shorter of length.
It's good though. You still got to score, haven't you? In this format, yes, there is time to recover, but there's only 17 overs left after this. So a little bit of intent is good. You still got to score. Currently, the run rate is 4.15. That's not going to win you a game.
No, absolutely not.
But there's a long way to go in this innings.
So
like
goes
for
for the ramp, chips it over James Rue, uses the pace of Jack Leach and gets 4 and goes to 50 as well. 51 off
Brilliant.
62 for safe save. Round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground and the players up in the dressing room as well.
Yeah,
Good
that was
innings.
just outside off stump, wasn't it? Nicely played. Great option. Didn't try and hit it hard. Just knew if he held his shape there, got himself into shape, held his shape, get the middle of the bat on it. That's really nicely played. Oh, safe save. You've got to go 4-1 though to get the bonus. He tried, to be honest. It was very well fielded. The man at mid-wicket moved to his left really quickly. He read the play.
Page 1 of the batting manual. Nicely bowled, nicely defended by the safe save. Another good over for Somerset. Just 4 runs coming from it. 5 runs, in fact, with the single off the first ball. 139 for 5 off 33. Yeah, there'll only be those two in the middle, won't there, that'll know how they want to play this situation. They'll know what number of overs they want to get to before they start to put their foot down.
You know, we said it the other day, and even though Northampton are in a right pickle here, they've still got to try to get to a position where they've got batters in going into the last 7 overs. And that means one of those two. Ideally, it means both those two. So they might have to absorb a bit of pressure in order to get there, but that's where they need to be.
Meredith continues from that side edge from Broad that's luckily just cannoned into his boot and rolled away into the leg side for a single. You see those going anywhere, don't you? You lose control of the ball. Gets down the other end though. There is as you said, a run rate of 4.2 isn't going to win you a game of cricket. So Northampton will have to accelerate at some point, and they will have to take a risk. I said earlier, would it be 39 overs if these two could get there? But is there a great deal of point in just ticking around at 4.2? Not until the end of the innings, is there? The risk has to be taken at some point.
Yeah, it's a fair point. I think that's good cricket. That's good cricket. That's recognising that fielder is there to stop the boundary ball, although he's inside the circle. He's there for the cut or the square drive, the firm square drive. Good cricket to rotate the strike. I think it's in the last over we scored off 2 balls from Jack Leach. That's not good enough. One of them was a boundary, great, but you've got to be scoring off 4 balls and over. If you do that, then you get busier, you find more gaps, You will put away the boundary ball because you're looking to go. So I don't necessarily think risk is my thing right now. I'd say score off more balls in the over. That's going to be a wide. And if we can get that to 4 at both ends, then suddenly your 4.2 becomes 5.2. And yes, that's fine. 5.5 for the next 6-7 overs would be great. And you can do that at relatively low risk if you're turning the strike over. Jack Leach is a hard guy to score off. He's played a lot of great. He's very, very good at what he does. It's going to be easier against the pace of Meredith. But they're bowling well. That's the other thing to say. They are bowling very well. QED.
They've just not really missed, have they, in the 33.5 overs that have been bowled today, Somerset?
There's a bit of a spot. There's a bit of a spot there from this end where the bounce is a bit pecky. It just pecks a bit. Just back of a length from the right armour from the Lynn Wilson end.
Yeah, we'll come back to that because I feel those tuning into the stream for the first time might need a little bit more explanation than just pecky. I think we might need to get a bit more of a descriptive. What do you mean by that, Doro?
Just a steeper bounce. Just a steeper bounce than normal. Yeah, it just pecks a bit. Everyone's familiar with that concept, right? The pecky bounce, surely. I've not just made that up, Dan.
No, you haven't just made that up, Phil. I can confirm that. It's certainly been in existence for 12 months.
Yeah, it generally happens this from this end, doesn't it? And Meredith is hitting the wicket hard.
It's slightly overpitched from Meredith, maybe searching for that Yorker that Broad just turns to the man at deep backward square. Yeah, there's a slight incline, isn't there, from the Lynn Wilson centre end? Very, very slight, but there aren't many flat cricket grounds in world cricket, are there? Generally speaking, you do tend to find that the taller bowler operates from the Lynn Wilson centre end to extract that pecky bounce.
That's it. Everyone's familiar with that term, I'm sure. That's nicely played.
Uses the pace, just runs it down to the man at deep third.
So unfortunately, there's on our screen. Can you? Oh, well done, Dan. Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, one of them was a wide, but we only had 2 dot balls out of those 7, and that's where we need to be. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 off that over. No risk taken. No risk needed to be taken. That's kind of the minimum. I mean, if someone's going to bowl you good over, you've got to absorb that. But in general, if you can score off 4 or 5 balls in the over, the run rate's going to take care of itself whilst you're rebuilding, and you don't have to take a lot of risk.
Yeah, and you'd always hope, wouldn't you, that as the day went on, and those 2 kookaburras became older, that it would, in theory, just continue to get a little bit easier as the day went on. There's going to be a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Jack Leach is going to be replaced by Lewis Goldsworthy. So slow left arm for slow left arm. Leach finishing that spell 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. Goldsworthy into the attack, and straight away there's an attempted reverse sweep from Saif Zaib, who did well to gain his balance. James Rue stayed in the contest there, didn't he, with the stumping? I think for a second, Saif just had to regain his footing there, which James Rue attempted to complete the stumping. Square leg umpire not having any of it, though. Not out. Reverse sweep again and gets it past the man. Short, fine leg, and we'll pick up 4.
That's going to be reinforced, I think, immediately. Left arm spinner being reverse swept. There'll be another fielder that comes from somewhere into that area, I'm sure. And it might even be the captain himself.
Change of angle maybe from Goldsworthy.
Yeah, that's a good option.
Which is going to be executed. Saif Zaib didn't line Jack Leach up at all, did he?
No.
Bowling side of the wicket. So having seen the reverse sweep twice, Goldsworthy straight away comes down, and Saif Zaib advances, goes up, it's spiraling, it's swirling away, and it is eventually caught by the man backpedaling at mid-off. And Safe Sabe, who felt like he held the key to this innings, has to go. The bowling change worked. It was a big change of gear from Safe Sabe. 2 expansive reverse sweeps. The third ball of the over advances at Goldsworthy, sends it straight up for a tough catch.
Yeah,
mid-off, to
it
be
was well
fair.
caught,
It
wasn't
was
it?
a very good catch, but he's got to go, and he's gone for 57.
Yeah, I mean, just on the catch, first, it was a good catch. It was swirling around. He's kind of teetering backwards as well. And what he did well, the fielder there, was he got his hands ready very early, prepared very early for the ball, and that helps because that stabilises you. Getting a warm round from the warm round of applause from the Northants supporters, but you've got to say there, reverse sweep first ball, great option, missed it. Reverse sweep second, nailed it, and then you just get up the other end. And he came down the wicket to hit inside out over mid off, and that's a big shot at any point. But did he need to play that shot right then? On the other side of the equation, change of bowling, Goldsworthy, the less experienced slow left armour, following Jack Leach. If I can dominate this guy, they've got to do something different. But I think that's too early, personally.
Yeah.
Because now we've got 15 and a half over, 16 and a half, 15 and a half overs with number 9 at the crease. So I think that on reflection will be he's just gone too early there.
Yeah. As I said, it kind of went from a third gear, skipped 4th and 5th, and went straight to 6th there, didn't it? Which no real time to adapt. But the bowling change worked. Jack Leach was taken out for the attack, having bowled 7 overs. Goldsworthy, instant impact, 3 balls, 2 reverse sweeps, and then the wicket caught. Great catch, to be fair, by George Thomas. And the new man at number 9 for the Steelbacks at 148 for 7 is Michael Finan.
And actually, Leach and Thomas take some credit for that wicket because their spell together they bowled 12 overs, 2 for 35. And that's why the run rate is where it is.
Yeah, it was a cricket cliche kind of bingo card there, because you got 1 for drinks and then 1 bought 2. So it really did kind of excite the purists. Over pitch from Goldsworthy. Finan can't find the gap between the 2 fielders on the leg side. Yeah, Finan, Sanderson, Heldrick, the remaining batters for Northants. Justin Broad, 13 not out, the non-strikers end. End of a successful over.
Yeah, very successful over, wasn't it? We scored off 1 ball that over. That's almost like putting your foot on the brake, isn't it, rather than the accelerator there. You have to be able to find a way to score at the number you want to score at the lowest risk possible. That's the job in that situation. And I don't think coming inside the ball, trying to hit it over mid-off is the lowest risk possible. Goldsworthy is a good cricketer. I heard you say earlier when I was off that he's a talented cricketer, talented bowler, and obviously bats at the order as well. I'm certainly in agreement with that. He's not a part-timer. You can't just come in and knock him around. You've got to give him due respect. So just an error of judgment, I would say. 148 for 7. Geez, I said in a pickle earlier. That pickle's now a stew, I think. Other food analogies are welcome. We're in a difficult spot.
Meredith continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end and is met at the start of this over pitched, and Justin Broad turns it, works it, plays it nicely, in fact, through mid-wicket for 4.
It was another attempted Yorker, Dan, wasn't it?
17.
He's bowled a few and Yorkers. That was just a low full toss. It was nicely timed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's been aggressive, hasn't it, from Meredith this spell, as you'd expect from an Australian for starters, but then also an Australian that can bowl as quick as Riley Meredith can. Somerset, understandably, they want this innings done.
Yeah.
7 down for 152. They find themselves 3rd in the table in the group in the One Day Cup. And they'll certainly have the opinion that they've got one end open.
Yeah. that's and yeah, of course they have, and of course they will think that, and that's understandable. They won't have seen a lot of Michael Finan's batting. I've not seen a lot of Michael Finan's batting. What I have seen is that he looks handy. But that's all I could say, at this stage. What he's got to do is bat for his partner, basically just get off strike as quickly as you can, as often as you can, hand the baton on to Justin Broad. That's his job initially. And then as the innings progresses, as we get closer to the kind of the 42nd, 43rd over, then start to play some shots yourself. But he's got to keep his partner company.
Yeah. Spend some time out there. Do you think Goldsworthy will continue? Do you think there's a thought from Sean Dixon to bring back maybe Davey or Ogborn whilst they have got a Michael Finan and they're number 9?
I think they're in such a strong position that almost whatever they do, almost is variations on a theme of you can cut this a number of different ways. So it might well be tempting to bring back Davey or Ogborn. At the same time, he might say, well, I've got a number 9 in here. Let's make him start against spin rather than seam, because he can run the ball into gaps easier off seam and get Broad on strike.
Yeah,
it might be more difficult for him to do that against spin. It depends how he sees it, obviously.
Well, he didn't see it at all. Meredith has gone straight through Michael Finan, not looking to rotate the strike there with Justin Broad, but in fact looking to deposit the Australian back over his head for a boundary, and he's got to go without scoring. It's 153 for 8 now, and Meredith gets his first wicket of the day. That of the number 9, Michael Finan.
Yeah. I'm finding that difficult to be polite about, if I'm honest. His job there was to keep his partner company. In no world is that a good option, even if it comes off. He's hitting the ball in the air. If he's trying to hit the ball over mid-on, and in order for him to do that off the fastest bowler in the match, he's got to hit the middle of his bat, and he's just got there, and he's number 9. And he shouldn't have done that, because that's likely what happened is likely to happen. Poor judgment, poor execution.
Yeah, absolutely right. 153 for 8 off 35.5 overs. Ben Sanderson, the next man for the Steelbacks, makes his way to the middle. Punch your gloves with Justin Broad.
This is 49 overs, isn't it, Dan? I've not missed something here. We're not playing a 39 over game, are we? No, we're not, are we? No, I knew we weren't. It was a bit facetious of me, but that's lunacy.
Yeah, no, that's not the greatest bit of cricket that we will see at Wantage Road this summer, that's for sure.
Wow.
Meredith, who has bowled with good pace and really challenged the stumps as well with the Yorkers, been prepared, doesn't need to miss his length and go for boundaries, has been rewarded with his first wicket of the day. And I think the first wicket of the competition. Hasn't played in the One Day Cup up to this point. Sanderson then on strike. First ball for Ben. That's well dug out. Meredith's search for that Yorker. Sanderson gets off the mark straight away. 154 for 8.
Sorry.
No, with 13 overs to go. I wasn't going to say much more than that. So.
No, apologies. Sando's been around a bit. He will have been watching Meredith bowl, knows that he not only has a good Yorker, but he's really nailing it pretty much today. He's missed one. And Sanderson's backlift was minimal there, almost expecting that. But yeah, Northampton are in real difficulty here. 154 for 8.
Big conference just off screen at the moment between James Rue, Lewis Goldsworthy, Andy Umeed, Captain Sean Dixon and Riley Meredith as to, I would imagine, what the plan would be for the next 13 overs and who would bowl and whether there would be a change. There isn't. They are going to stick with Lewis Goldsworthy with Ben Sanderson now on strike. So it will be the slow left arm of Goldsworthy. He spent the T20 Blast on loan at the Leicestershire Foxes, so played here earlier this summer in that campaign. That's Sean Dixon himself in at first slip for Goldsworthy. It's overpitched. It's a full toss. It's a leading edge, and it's out. Sanderson goes for 1 off 2 balls. And the Steelbacks are 9 down for 154. We've seen some very, very good bowling from Somerset today that have picked up some very, very good wickets. And a lot of cricketers, a lot of the Steelbacks batters will be thinking, well, not much I could have done with those. Sanderson with a low full toss from Lewis Goldsworthy. I think probably could have done something slightly better than that.
Yeah, he could. I mean, Sando. Anyone who knows Sando will know that he gives everything to the cause, and that's why he bats at number 10, because it was a soft dismissal, but no criticism of Ben Sanderson. He was just trying to knock it for a single into the leg side. He was through it early, and got a leading edge, and it ballooned back to the bowler. But he shouldn't be out there. You know, he shouldn't be out there. Michael Finan should still be out there grafting, supporting his partner rather than trying to blaze it over the long on boundary. So no, yes, I could criticise Ben Sanderson, but he's number 10, right? So he's not there to score runs. He took a safe option, just executed it poorly, and that's the game.
Yeah, 154 for 9. The Steelbacks number 11 makes his way out to the middle. It's Freddie Heldrick having a nice conversation with James Rue. Left arm wrist spin of Freddie Heldrick to complete and round out the batting lineup for the home side. A reminder that Lewis McManus won the toss and elected to have a bat first here today at Wantage Road. Goldsworthy 2 for 4 off 1.1 overs.
Freddie Heldrick, we have not seen a lot of him bat. He shapes up nicely. I mean, pretty much anyone coming through a county academy program nowadays, as Freddie has done here at Northants, pretty much anyone can bat. They know how to bat. They've got the fundamentals. I think he's a little bit more than just having the fundamentals. He's been playing some club cricket at weekends in the Northants League, batting sort of 4, 5, 6 at times, around that kind of number. And he's already shaping up quite nicely. So from his perspective, he's got to do exactly what Michael Finan should have done for as long as he can, because he does shape up pretty well. But scoring will be different. Shaping up well is one thing. Nicely played again up to mid off.
Interesting. Freddie's looking to score first up here, not looking to kind of survive with Justin Broad. I
mean, they're very full, right? So he's just pushing through the line of that. He's not really accelerating that massively through that. There'll be a bit of nerve there as well, because he'll know that he's got a long time to bat here. 9 down, he's got to bat the next 12 overs. So there'll be a bit of adrenaline flowing, which might lead him to be faster into the ball. But try and settle that heart rate down a little bit. And Justin Broad should be saying, for the next 5 overs, just get off strike. You know, if they bowl you a good over, it's a maiden. Well, at least we're still here.
Yeah, it's 159 for 4. 37 overs have been bowled, and Alfie Ogborn returns to the attack. He picked up 1 wicket. First wicket to fall of the day, that of Prithvi Shaw for 9, caught behind by James Root. He's got 5 overs left. 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26 so far. Justin Broad defends that one. How does Justin Broad play this at this stage? Does he just go hard at this now for the next 12 overs? He will probably know the capabilities and the competence of Freddie Heldrick better with the cricket bat than what you and I will.
Yes, he will. Yeah, he will. Well, I think Freddie can defend, right? Yeah. So that's. I mean, everyone can get out, as we've seen, but I think Freddie can defend. So you can rely on Freddie not to be a walking wicket. Okay, so that's part of his equation. But I think he has to have a mixture of real caution, and then when he gets a ball in his area, try and dispatch it and play like that for another 5 overs, 6 overs, something like that. If they don't bowl them any 4 balls, then that's good bowling, and they're bowling pretty well. But so don't try and force the issue. And what we don't want to see also, though, having said that, is a massive change of right now it's 43 overs. Now I'm going and I'm going to blow the trumpet and get a long handle bat out. He's got to accelerate to some degree, some level of taking more risk on rather than going, well, that's out. I think, yeah, he's nicked that and it's gone.
That's it. I did wonder his confidence in Freddie Heldrick that he did take the single off the second ball of the over with the run down to the boundary. But the Steelbacks have been bowled out for 155. Top score, safe save of 57. Ricardo Vasconcelos made 29 at the top of the order. Lewis McManus, the captain, 20. Justin Broad finishing 19, not out, but the wickets spread around by that brilliant bowling attack for Somerset. Josh Davies, 6 overs, 2 for 22. Alfie Ogborn, 5.2 overs, 2 for 27. Archie Vaughn, 1 for 26 off 5. Riley Meredith, 1 for 28 off 7. Jack Leach, 1 for 24 off 7. George Thomas, 1 for 21 off 5. And Goldsworthy, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 wickets for 4 runs, which equates to 155 all out for the Steelbacks.
It's a mess, isn't it? As a scorecard, it's a mess. Firstly, let's talk about the positives. And there are a few, but mostly they come from a Somerset perspective, which is how well they bowled with the new ball. And they did bowl some 4 balls with the new ball, but they bowled some very good wicket-taking deliveries as well. The balls that got Shaw out, the ball that got Bartlett out, the ball that got Sales out, really good bowling with the new ball. So you need wickets throughout 50 overs to win games of cricket, and they have threat throughout their attack, and they executed very well in terms of that wicket-taking threat up front. Safe Save batted very, very nicely for his 57, but then the manner of his dismissal actually led to a collapse. The innings completely fell away. When Safe was out, the score was 148, and the score finishes on 155, so only 7 more runs added. That tells you, that tells its own little story there, doesn't it? It was a poor option, really, trying to hit Goldsworthy, third ball in his attack, inside out over mid-off, didn't get it and was caught nicely by Thomas retreating back over his shoulder a little bit. Finnan's dismissal was disappointing. His job had to be to stay with whoever it was at the other end. At that time, it was Broad. He tried to whack one down the ground, missed it, got cleaned up. And then Sanderson and Heldrick fell very cheaply, as you might expect them to do, being 10 and 11. They don't get many opportunities with the bat. They are in the order where they are for a reason. So Justin Broad finishes 19 not out, and he'll be thinking, I was in. In terms of a disappointing innings. Some very, very good dismissals, but too many soft dismissals, and some poor options chosen at times, I think.
Yeah, well, 37.5 overs the Steelbacks managed there and all out for 155. We've got a half-hour break before the start of the second innings, so we'll grab some lunch and we'll fixture between Northamptonshire Steelbacks and Somerset. Earlier on in the piece, Steelbacks won the toss, elected to have a bat first, and were bowled out for 155. Somerset require 156 to win at Wantage Road. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Mel Farrell, and Ben Sanderson opens the bowling from the David Capel end. Starts with one down the leg side.
Well, good afternoon, Dan. Good afternoon, everyone. A really tough job ahead for this Northamptonshire bowling attack. Probably not the most auspicious start. A bit of a loosener from Sanderson. I did notice, actually, that Somerset only bowled 2 wides. They were 3 leg byes, 5 extras in all.
That's gone down. Sanderson gets the edge of George Thomas, and Lewis McManus can't cling on to it. It would be unkind to say it's not been Northamptonshire's day, because I don't necessarily think that's been a factor. I think Somerset were brilliant in that first innings, but it does feel when it's not going your way, it just isn't going your way. That would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it, for the Steelbacks, and the chance has gone down from the captain behind the stumps.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that one again.
Leading edge, ball safe in the offside. Gus Miller does the fielding. Shows there is a little bit of life in this pitch. Eh?
Well, you do say when things aren't going your way. I mean, goodness me. Sanderson bowls a wide first up, has one put down second ball, and the third ball sees a ball balloon off the outside edge of the bat. So there's an awful lot going on in this first over.
Driven down the ground. Nice shot by George Thomas. I think that's going to be the first boundary of the innings, and it is. It's going to beat George Bartlett, who gives chase. Somerset move to 7 off the first 3 legal deliveries of the innings. Ben Sanderson, he's the one with the experience in this lineup. Lewis McManus has, I think, struggled really to find bowling combinations that are successful in this competition when it's outside of Ben Sanderson and Jack White. A lot of youngsters out there. They've got seam options with Justin Broad, Gus Miller, James Sales. And around the corner by Thomas, who will pick up 2. Well fielded by Freddie Heldrick down on the boundary. Mikey Finan obviously will, I would imagine, take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and then left arm, slow left arm spin of save, and the left arm wrist spin of Freddie Heldrick. It's been difficult, I think, for Lewis to settle on combinations that have been able to build pressure.
And that's one of the outstanding things about Somerset's bowling, is that they were able to use youngsters in Alfie Ogborn and also Archie Vaughn. And they got real value out of their youngest and most inexperienced bowlers. So that's a real boon for them. So it shows that it can happen as well, because you might sometimes think that you bring in those young bowlers and maybe they'll get a wicket, but they're going to be really expensive, for example. But in all, just looking, Archie Vaughan went at 5.2. Ogborn 4.9. Again, a little bit uppish. But that's quite standard in one-day cricket. You wouldn't be too unhappy with that, especially when they come with wickets.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And as you said, 5 and over isn't really expensive, is it?
No,
it just isn't. Yes, okay. You could argue and say it looks it in comparison to Jack Leach going at 3.5 and Davey going at 3.5, but I think take 5s, wouldn't you?
Yeah, from really young players who are just coming in and learning their craft and performing under this kind of pressure at a high level, you do have a little bit more sort of tolerance for the odd ball going for 6 or 4, but I think also just the composure that they had, the way they came back, the way Archie Vaughn came back from being belted for 6 and 4. All of those were really promising. So that's the kind of thing really that Northants need from their bowlers. But you're right, we're so used to, thinking about last year, so used to seeing Sanderson and White together. And just when you're so used to that partnership in being able to try and work out the alternatives, it's a challenge.
Yeah, Michael Finan is the man to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Starts with 2 slips, and Andy Umeed will successfully negotiate his first ball of the day. Someone who had an absolutely fantastic 2023 in this competition, finished 2nd in the run scorers for Somerset. Just every time you looked at the news headlines for the One Day Cup, it felt like you were talking about, or people were writing about another Andy Umeed 100 in 2023.
Brilliant story, Andy Umeed. In fact, of course, he got his comeback more recently with Somerset through the Sacker Academy. He was their first captain. And news just coming this week that the 10th male player from the South Asian Cricket Academy, Sacker, has just won a professional contract with Warwickshire. That's Zen Malik. In less than 3 years, 10 players getting contract. It's a little bit of a flash at that one. And for Tom Brown, who runs it, and I was chatting with this week, and he is so passionate about this in the way in which he has helped these young cricketers who probably might have lost their way. Look at Andy Umeed, had been around, and the most recent one, Zem Malik, I think he's 26, 27. So that seems old to be getting your first professional contract, but all this talent out there that just for various reasons has not been able to make it to the top. Andy Umeed is a trailblazer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a shot of a man with the quality deserved of that professional contract. As you said, the first graduate from the South Asian Cricket Academy. We had the 9th graduate here for Worcestershire the day before. Ishan Khan played the left arm seamer, picked up the wicket at Prithvi Shaw. As you say, some quality players. And having watched Zen Malik play for Staffordshire in last year's NCCA finals day, I think Warwickshire have got themselves a good cricketer there. First boundary for Andy Umeed, 4 off 4. Michael Finan goes Yorker. 2 slips for the Steelbacks to start. Their wickets, well, obviously will be their currency. Can they make as big of an impact at the top of the order as what the Somerset bowlers were able to do?
Well, it's one of those games, isn't it? Basically, the only way Northants win this game is taking 10 wickets in time. Because if they bat out their overs, you can't see it being the sort of a game that goes to the 49th over.
No, 3 and over for 49 overs sounds like quite a long afternoon, doesn't it, for everybody concerned? So I don't think we'll be worrying too much about that one. 4 off Michael Finan's first over. Gets his first over at Wantage Road in first team cricket as well, having just played the fixtures away from home so far. 13 for no loss after 2. George Thomas on 8. Andy Umeed on 4.
Yeah, so it is just an opportunity to see who is there. That was just the one delivery really being dealt with a bit dismissively by Andy Umeed in that first over from Finan. He's playing in his 4th one-day match. Has a bit of first-class experience as well.
Lifted up over mid-wicket by George Thomas. Justin Broad is the man catching on the leg side, but that was well over the German international's head, and it runs away over the square for 4 down towards the burger van, which serves up some pretty nice lunch, doesn't it, Mel?
We did end up going there, didn't we?
We did.
I wasn't going to actually admit that on air, but
why not?
Well, because we we thought the food that was put on for the media had almost certainly run out. So we thought, oh, we'll support the local businesses.
Leg side again. That's high and handsome. That's all the way into Craig Harvey's rooms and offices above the garages there. 6 for George Thomas. Well, I said it probably wasn't going to be 3 and over for 49 overs. I think George Thomas wants to get this done and get it done quick.
Well, he was really assisted there by Sanderson, because that was just perfectly positioned to whip it over mid-wicket. He's just strayed a bit leg side or a bit too straight. He bowled a wide first up, and they don't need any more gifts to Somerset from a Northamptonshire point of view.
One down the leg side as well. I'm just curious to see here whether the umpire signals. I think it might be a no ball. It is a no ball by Ben Sanderson, overstepping. Andy Umeed will get the benefit of a free hit for his first ball up against Ben Sanderson. Today, the batters have changed, so Lewis McManus can change the field if he elects to do so. See Ben Sanderson overstepping very often, that's for sure.
Yeah, and it's an unusually loose start from Sanderson. Mentioned the wide before, now a no ball. And just to compound the misery, a free hit.
McManus takes the opportunity to change the field. 2 men go out on the leg side. Slow ball for Sanderson, and Umeed has carved it over backward point. James Sales gives chase down towards the covers, but the ball wins. And it runs away for 4. Not in full control there, Andy Umeed, I don't think would be fair to say, but it's a free hit, so it doesn't matter. He picks up 4 anyway, 30 for no loss off 2.5.
Well, he'd earned the right to basically throw his hands at that one. And he actually did quite well. You could see what Sanderson was trying to do with the pace off, wide of off stump. But Umeed got enough on it in the end. It's turning out to be an incredibly expensive over.
Driven through wide mid-on just for a single. Field comes back in straight away. That slip cordon reinforced with the 2 catches. Prithvi Shaw at first slip, Ricardo Vasconcelos at second. 31 for no loss.
He'll be disappointed in this. Sanderson as the one who's often the leader of the attack, the strike bowler, and one of the senior members in a partly, certainly, inexperienced bowling lineup.
Beautiful delivery. Invites George Thomas to play the shot, beats the outside edge through to McManus. Yeah, he's gone. I think he hasn't played every game in the competition so far, Ben Sanderson, but the games that he has played so far this year, he's been going at less than 3 runs on over through the competition. And without doing the mathematics, I'm pretty sure none for 27 off 1.5 is slightly more than 3 and over.
Yeah, well, and the overall rate, they're going at more than 10 and over. They need to stop this very quickly.
Push down the ground. George Bartlett for a single to finish the 3rd then. 31 for no loss after 3. George Thomas on 19. Andy Umeed on 9. Somerset require 125 off 46 overs to be successful here at Wantage Road. Michael Finan passes his jumper over to the umpire and will continue. Well, firstly, we could be talking about a different game if Lewis McManus has held on to the one off George Thomas.
That's very true.
But how big of a headache does that leave Lewis McManus that your guy, the main man, Ben Sanderson, is going at the best part of 14, 13 runs and over? Do you have to make a change straight away?
I wouldn't imagine so. He's just so experienced.
Nice shot. Andy Umeed just pushes it, leans on it through the covers. It's like, not really over pitched, was it, by Michael Finan, but not the tallest seam bowler. Doesn't get a huge amount of bounce, and Umeed just leans on it for 4.
Just a lovely little punch. it was in his arc though to play that shot, and he just plays it really well, and just with pace onto the bat. That's all he had to do. He didn't have to overhit it.
35 for no loss. Second slip comes out the cordon straight away on the left alone.
And the thing is, we're just getting that boundary so early in the over. The pressure's kind of really off the batters at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, for Somerset, for this over, the job's done, isn't it? Doesn't matter at this point. Well, obviously, you wouldn't want to lose 4 wickets in the next 4 balls, but in terms of run scoring, it's done for the over.
It means they can wait for another bad ball, should it come, and pressure back on the bowler because he doesn't want to go for any more.
Played down the ground, well fielded by Freddie Heldrick. Comes round from mid-off to cut that one off before it ran down towards the boundary.
We ran into Freddie Eldrick's
We
mum,
did.
who
did.
introduced herself because she's such a big fan of yours.
I mean,
And so is Freddie. See, you're too modest. I'm gonna toot your horn because you won't toot it yourself,
I just
Dan.
don't really know what you want me to say to that now, to be honest.
You can just sit there and blush.
All right, I'm pretty good at that. So, no, it was nice. It was nice. She was in good form, wasn't she? Actually, excited to watch her son Freddie have a bowl today. I think we'd quite like a few more runs on the board for Freddie to have a bowl at, but still, great to me.
Yeah, I
Great
thought
to
that
meet
was
her.
lovely that she came and introduced herself. And
Whilst we were walking back with the burgers.
oh no, don't tell anyone. It's our secret. there weren't many options. Oh, I was going to go to the coffee van, but the line was too long. We don't have enough time for lunch.
Popular establishment at Wantage Road is the coffee van. Yumi just works that one through mid-wicket. Drops it between Ben Sanderson and Gus Miller. Sanderson does the fielding just outside the 30-yard circle there. Keeps it down just to 1. So it is 5 off the opening 5 balls of the over.
Again, see that the job done on that first ball. Still one to go. The problem is that, unfortunately, those loose deliveries, the extras from Sanderson early, bearing in mind that drop catch, it's just taken a sizable chunk out of the target. To do that so early, to have a loose over so early, as we see the end of the 4th over, 36 for none. Just having those couple of expensive overs early on, you don't have the wriggle room for that.
No, it breaks the back of a relatively small run chase, doesn't it? Just say it was 156 to win at the start of the innings. It's already down to 120. Just over 2.5 runs an over required if it was to go the full distance of 49 overs, which it isn't going to.
Well, it goes back to what I said earlier, in that there's only one way for Northants, and that's it. They've got to take 10 wickets, and they have to start taking them very soon, you would imagine.
A double hat trick, and that's not going to help, is it, for the Steelbacks? Andy Umeed has steps outside off stump against Ben Sanderson and just whipped him over square leg for 6. Bounces just over the boundary rope.
Again, he's really struggling with his lines, just too straight, helped on its way. And once more, not having to overhit it, Umeed.
Yeah, Vasconcelos removed from second slip in response to that. Justin Broad's been moved squarer on the leg side boundary. Vasconcelos has gone into mid-wicket. Sanderson back into bowl. That's into the thigh pad of Umeed.
And we see exactly what happened in the first over, and that the first ball has been dispatched. So now there's already 7 runs from the first 2 overs. It's a dream position for these batters.
Yeah, as you said, they were going at the best part of 11s. They're just under 10s now. 43 for no loss, or 4.2 overs. When you have got such a low score, as you said, you have to take the wickets, and you have to take them almost yesterday, don't you, really? But becomes incredibly difficult to come up with a plan to set the fields for it. You've got a 10 over power play here, which Somerset have got the license to go really hard at, and so far they're doing exactly that. And I mean, if they keep going at nines, what, 70, 80, 90 off the first 10? Thanks very much.
Yeah, that was a better delivery though from Sanderson. They need a lot more of those. 3 more right now will do for starters.
Tough ask against these two, both in good form, the two Somerset openers. Shot there probably cements the comment I just made. George Thomas, 178 runs at an average of 59 with high score of 106. Andy Mead, 261 runs at an average of 65 with 200s already in the campaign. Somerset looking for their 4th win of the group stage, would take them to 8 points. Sanderson, 2 deliveries left in his 3rd over. Slower ball and guided through the offside. It was over pitched. He missed the length, and George Thomas just caresses that low full toss outside off stump through the covers for 4. It's another boundary off Sanderson.
It's almost just looked like that one has slipped and it's left his hand. Ends up being a real gift for Thomas, and Sanderson, well, his woes continue, and we may actually end up seeing a bowling change early on.
On the leg side, that one's going to need to be re-bowled.
This is turning into a real nightmare now for Sanderson. He has to try and find a way out of this. He'll find himself out of the attack, but more importantly, from Somerset's position, it's just putting them in a terrific position.
Yeah, well, I said that Lewis McManus had struggled to settle or find combinations that have worked with the ball. That one flicked down the leg side, and that's going to skip away across the outfield here at the county ground for another 4, and it brings up the 50, the Somerset 50 off just 5 overs. George Thomas has 27 of those. Andy Mead has 21. And Ben Sanderson, start to the day, doesn't get much better. But Lewis McManus has got options. He can rotate and shuffle the pack if it isn't working for Ben Sanderson today. He has Gus Miller, he has Say Save, he has James Sales, he has Justin Broad, he has Freddie Heldrick. There are options there, aren't there? But
yeah, and I mean, when I said before, I wouldn't have thought that he'd take him out after 2 overs. But then when you have a 3rd over like that and you're defending a low total, I almost don't think he has a choice there.
Finan continues, bumps one in, and that is, well, not really pulled, was it, by Andy Mead? It was more just kind of helped on its way down towards fine leg.
Flung over his shoulder like a feather boa at the Moulin Rouge.
Ooh, I like that. I kind of feel like Rowie should have been on commentary for that analogy, because I think he would have appreciated more. That's slightly too spicy for my palate.
I
like it though.
I'm not even sure where it came from.
Too much time watching the Olympics. Get to watch cricket in 2028 in the Olympics as well, don't we?
It's exciting.
56 for no loss, well fielded by Justin Broads in the covers. I think might have just hurt one of his digits there, but he certainly saved his team 3.
Well, he did, because that was actually a cracking shot. A beautiful shot that for all money you would have thought was going to the boundary, but terrific fielding in the end.
Yeah, that was a fantastic effort by Justin Broad. 57 for no loss. I was half expecting to see Justin Broad just jog gently down towards the super stopper there to underarm it back. Thomas leaves that one well alone. That would be exciting to see cricket in the Olympics in 4 years' time.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how they do it. Of course, in LA, that will be as well. It's continuing the run of investment, I guess, in the US as a market, as cricket looks to go that way. I was over there for the T20 World Cup. saw 4 games in New York. Then you look at MLC as obviously the, well, sexy new kid on the block, if you like. But then, yeah, Olympics being in there. So it'd be interesting to see a bit more like who ends up being there.
Yeah, like what nations compete.
Yeah.
Will Team GB manage to put together a squad for it? They'll need some cooperative work, won't they, between 3 cricket boards to make that happen?
It's going to be quite interesting, actually.
Defending champions, though, I think. Team GB.
Right, yeah, of course.
Held a record for a long time.
Yeah.
Outside edge. Thomas goes for the drive. Finan does find George Thomas's outside edge, but would have been wide of second slip. But having had the start that the Steelbacks have had, don't warrant having more than just Prithvi short in that slip cordon. It's got to be one of the longest.
That must be
longest records held of sporting history, isn't it? Was it 1908? Wasn't it the first gold, the one and only time cricket happened in the Olympics?
There it was right back then. So that is that's one of the longest records. But it's a good time for it to be in the Olympics, I think, off the back of a World Cup that, for me, a T20 World Cup that felt like the first real World Cup, like world, as in emphasizing that word. So we see end of 6 overs, 58 for none. It just actually really felt like it was 20 teams in there, and also not just 20 teams, but the fact that they got rid of that early qualifying round, which you weren't supposed to call a qualifying round, but we all knew that that's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
That they all were able to play, and that the associates, for the most part, acquitted themselves really well. The US making it through to the Super 8s, which surprised a lot of people. When you look at Afghanistan, only is in 2017 getting full member status, and they were in the semi-finals. Had terrific performances by Scotland, who were unlucky in the end, I feel. As Finan continues. Oh, it's not.
No, it's Justin Broad. Yeah,
I've just realised.
Ben Sanderson.
Hang on. It has. So we have seen the change in bowling. So Sanderson replaced after a very expensive first 3 overs. No surprise, really.
I think unless Justin Broad can find something remarkably different from this pitch, I don't see Somerset changing their approach here.
Well, one thing he has done is that he hasn't given away a run in the first couple of balls of the over, which is what we've seen in the past few overs. So that is that's at least something positive in, can he start to build a little bit of pressure? You know, he can build some pressure, all right. 2 dot balls and then the wicket. Thank you very, very much. So the change in bowlers works, and Justin Broad strikes for Northants. A much needed wicket as well. Just a little wristy flick, but it went straight to the fielder. Good catch as well. We talked about the fielding.
Yeah, we've seen some really good catches the last couple of games by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Took a worldie at short leg against Worcestershire on Sunday and takes an absolute spectacular catch at short mid-wicket again today against Somerset. Just fantastic catch. George Thomas had the best seat in the house to make sure that that had carried, and was quite happy to walk and depart. I think the 2 umpires were swiftly moving towards one another to have a conversation as to whether they both agreed it did carry. There's the breakthrough, though. 98 to win. Don't call it a comeback, Mel.
Well, I needed something positive, but it does go to show, doesn't it? First 2 balls of the over, dot balls, all of a sudden, just that little bit of change in what we'd seen in the previous overs and feeling they had to score. It was a nice looking little flick. Just might have thought he cleared Vasconcelos, but in the end, Vasconcelos taking a fantastic catch. So is that the start of something? Unfortunately, they've just given up so many runs in those first 3 overs from Sanderson in particular. Really don't have much to play with, but the fact that they've made one, Justin Broad feeling pretty good about that. Now, time for 2.
Just caught the square leg umpire's broom hat disappear off his head and start rolling off towards the boundary edge as he managed to grab it. And then in kind of such a haste as Justin Broad started his run up there, realised he didn't have time to put it on his head and just had to hold it behind his back.
Well, he has to pay attention because that delivery was another really good one from Broad. Just challenging the outside edge of the new batter in Goldsworthy. But he's got another chance. This has been really good from Broad. This is what Northants needed right from the start, really.
Yeah, it was the one thing they could do, wasn't it, to really make this difficult for Somerset. I mean, Michael Finan in comparison to Ben Sanderson has been miserly going at 5 and over, but that's not good enough, is it? When you've only got 155 on the board to chase down across the course of 49 overs.
Oh, that is another terrific delivery too from Broad. A wicket maiden for him first up. So the change working some magic, but they're going to need a whole bag of those tricks, Northants. Can they then just keep things tight at the other end? That's the challenge now. Broad has done his part. Now, Finan, you mentioned, has been relatively miserly as far as Sanderson's first overs, but if he can just find a couple of dot balls here early on. There's one. Just keep stringing them up because he knows eventually they're going to come. They'll come at him. Andy Umeed won't let too many go past without trying to be proactive and score, you imagine.
Yeah, Lewis McManus has got James Sales up his sleeve. He bowled well against the London Schools before this fixture. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 33 for James Sales. So they're coming out nicely for the Steelbacks all-rounder.
No, took a quick single there. Happy to do that, but it does mean that Goldsworthy is back on strike, yet to get off the mark. So this might be a quite key little confrontation between Finan and Goldsworthy here. See if Finan can dot him up again here and just try and keep that pressure on the new batter at the crease. That's a good delivery again. Just hurried him a little bit. So just in these couple of overs, a little bit of fight back from Northants. But they need to make the most of having a new batter at the crease. Doing a good job of that so far. Oh, that one is not what's required at this point. You could hear the grunt. It was the effort ball, but a little bit too much effort.
Yeah, it was well, Lewis Goldsworthy's not the tallest of cricketers, is he? And that cleared Lewis Goldsworthy probably twice, I would imagine,
That would
as it went past the batter.
that would have been a no ball to Jason Holder.
Yes, it would have done. It would have done. I mean, as our co-commentator Phil Rowe will say, it's not the bumper, it's the follow-up that's the key. So what's Michael Finan got as the follow-up?
That's a very good follow-up when you consider the no ball. Still is on strike though, Goldsworthy.
Yeah, he had a had a successful stint away from Somerset, didn't he, this summer, whilst he was on loan at Leicestershire. So much so, I think Leicestershire extended that loan deal further than what the original one was. Great that Somerset were open-minded enough to get Lewis Goldsworthy out there playing some first-team cricket whilst at full strength.
Well, player management is just such a huge challenge for the counties now that they've got 4 competitions to think about, and one of them taking players away. And of course, then you've got internationals. If you've got international players as well, you know, that's going to be a factor. It must be an actual nightmare when you're in charge of the rosters in planning for all those different competitions. That was a great shot. Just leans into the drive. What a way to get off the mark for Goldsworthy. It's taken him 8 deliveries, but that shot was worth waiting for.
Yeah, just 91 required now for Somerset to be victorious here at the county ground in Northampton. 65 for 1, and as you say, just had to wait for the perfect delivery. But he's been afforded that. One from the Somerset bowlers initially, but then also for the start that Andy Mead and George Thomas put together. There's just no pressure on Somerset at all, is there, right now?
Very, very little pressure. And that's relieved it there. They've just earned the right now to just wait for the ball that they can put away. And you suspect, unless Somerset do something silly, that Northants are going to have to bowl magic balls. Essentially, as we see, they're going to run through courtesy of that misfield. As we saw Somerset do, they just produce really, really good wicket-taking balls. And Northants have to find 9 of those from someone, because you just can't imagine that they'll be giving away their wickets.
No, well, Justin Broad has looked most likely of the 3 Northants bowlers that we've seen so far today, hasn't he? Be interested, actually, based on what's he bowled, 1.5, 1.2 overs, of what you've made of these 8 deliveries from Justin Broad so far, because it's been pretty much a full calendar year, hasn't it, since you would have last seen him?
And then, but you know, I was reminded of what I most remembered about him, and just as I watch him running in now, that the thing he does with his right arm, the little circular motion as he runs in, I'd forgotten that. And now I'm reminded of it all over again. But
the Justin Broad wicket train.
It is. He's like a little choo-choo train. I can't believe I'd forgotten that. It's been a while since I've been here. And as you know, I love a quirky run-up. Anything that's quirky. But he's bowled with really good control. He's been disciplined, and the difference between him and Sanderson is that Sanderson missed his length a couple of times. He's thrown bowl full toss, but more than that, it was the lines. He just strayed either too straight or down leg side. And it was so easy for them to pick up runs on the leg side, whereas Broad has been much more disciplined. And as I say that, it's the first one.
It's great, this commentary lark, isn't it? I was talking up Gus Miller earlier, wasn't I, saying how good a form he'd been in, and that there was a big partnership between Save and Gus Miller. And I think before I'd finished, Gus Miller had been bowled by Jack Leach. So unforgiving commentary, isn't it?
Well, that was literally the first ball where he strayed onto the pads. And put away, is almost put away. It's a better line, but that's well played by Andrew Mead. Just opened the face and guided that one. So a few more runs coming from Broad's over, but he's definitely been the best of them. It's 70 for 1 after 9 overs. That target of 156. Getting closer and closer.
It's been a great power play, hasn't it, for the visitors? Just
and it's not over yet.
Not really put a foot wrong, have they? And I think even the George Thomas wicket, you could say on another day that would have dropped just in front of Vasconcelos and potentially have been none down. Still, as it was, it took an incredible catch from Vasco to dismiss George Thomas. That was the first delivery, to be fair, from Justin Broad that was just straying a little bit too straight and picked up the wicket for it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did in the end. It was just that immediate bowling change.
He's a bit quicker, Justin Broad, than Ben Sanderson, a little bit taller as well. So maybe just a change of angle, change of extra height, bit of extra pace, maybe just.
Bit of that. I just think he's bowled better lines generally. There just haven't been. Okay, so there was a loose one there, but he didn't get enough onto it to get the boundary anyway. But just hasn't strayed. He's been much more likely to threaten the outside edge of the bat, bowling that line just outside the off stump, sort of fourth stump line. Maybe a hint of movement away as well, but yeah, just been tighter lines from Broad. That one is overpitched, to say the least, but not put away in the end. They'll just get the 2 runs from it, though.
I don't mind that from Michael Finan. It's just changed the pace up there, hasn't he? It's a slower ball that's almost looped. Had a nice dip on it, didn't it? Right at the last minute. And in the context of the game, with only 84 runs required for Somerset, I don't mind Michael Finan just showing some of these white ball skills a little bit earlier in the piece than what maybe he would do.
Yeah, this is a better over 2 so far from Finan. It's the dots are going to be the key. Just as far as, again, we saw building the pressure that the way that Justin Broad was able to do earlier. Finding some way. It's hard to wrestle pressure back onto your side when it's firmly in the other camp. But if they don't start taking wickets very, very soon, more of them, I mean, Somerset are almost halfway there. Not even at the 10th over, 5th of the way through the overs. They need some magic, North Ants.
They do indeed. And they'll be looking around and trying to figure out who will provide that magic. Spin worked pretty well for Somerset. Jack Leach bowled nicely. Archie Vaughn bowled nicely. Got genuine turn. Goldsworth, he picked up 2 for not very many.
Yeah.
Could Lewis McManus go to Freddie Heldrick or Safe Save early? Safe Save's got 9 wickets in the competition so far this summer. He's the leading wicket taker for the Steelbacks.
Well, it's one of those days where you imagine we're going to get more frequent bowling changes. Essentially, as we see the end of the 10th over, I'm about to leave you as well. 72 for 1. But I'll leave you with this thought. Is that there's no point sticking with a bowler for too long, because if they're not breaking through, because you got to take them. You got to find it from somewhere. Who's got the magic wand?
Yeah, absolutely right. It's going to be Justin Broad to continue from the David Capel end, who is the man to get the breakthrough so far in this innings, picked up the wicket of George Thomas. Just a note that Sunday, the 11th of August, so this Sunday coming, is the Briggs and Forrester Family Day at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. £5 a ticket for adults, free for under 18s. Plenty of activities going on around the grounds as the Steelbacks take on Lancashire in their final one-day cup home fixture of 2024. Justin Broad on the money, defended by Lewis Goldsworthy. I was going to ask how you were, Phil, but I think looking at the scoreboard, I probably know.
Yeah, it's a bit one-sided, isn't it? They've played well, haven't they, Somerset?
They've been excellent. I think would be fair to say. They just haven't missed today.
Yeah. Broad is bowling well, isn't he? That's another good delivery from him there as I come on.
Yeah, he's looked good. He's 2.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5 for Justin Broad. Looks like he's bowled with good pace. Bit of extra bounce. Certainly caused a few more troubles than what Ben Sanderson was able to do from the David Capel end early on.
Yeah, I was out during that period of play when Northampton took the field with the 2 new balls. It's been pointed out to me, actually. Let me just quickly correct something. Earlier on, I said the ball was 13 overs old, and I'm told by one of our avid listeners, Pete Austin, that the ball was in fact only 6 or 7 overs old. And he's quite right, of course, a new ball at both ends. So each ball would be 25 overs old at the end of 50 overs. So thank you for pointing that out, Pete. I'm glad to have been given the opportunity to correct it.
Whipped on offer there from Justin Broad, which Lewis Goldsworthy just throws his hands through, drives that square of the wicket down towards the signal box and the old scoreboard, and gets another boundary. Takes the score up to 76 for 1.
What was the story of the first sort of 6 overs?
Well, hard really to put into words, but Ben Sanderson missed his line and missed his length.
Did he?
And got respectfully taken apart by George Thomas and Andy Umeed.
So it was poor bowling rather than they just jumped on him and they didn't walk at him or get across the ground, didn't do anything funky. Obviously, they don't need to do anything funky at all.
I mean, Lewis McManus put down George Thomas, second ball of the innings off Ben Sanderson.
Okay.
Which may or may not, and more than likely would have had an impact in how Somerset then kind of proceeded to go on. If they were 1 down without scoring, I'm sure it would have been a slightly more sedate start. Short ball from Broad. And
you're a member of the Wicketkeepers Union, so are you saying it's a rego, or was it a difficult one?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't regulation. It was 2 Lewis McManus's left as we look at him out the window. Yes. And he's got 1 hand to it and just couldn't hold on. So
inside edge.
Yeah, it wasn't regulation by any stretch. But if it's a catch, if you're going to be successful defending 155, it's a catch that has to be taken. And unfortunately for the skipper, he wasn't able to hang on. But Ben Sanderson's work isn't done, and I like this move. He's going to replace Michael Finan from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So 3 overs, no maidens, none for 43 for Ben Sanderson up top, but gets a change of ends. Michael Finan spell 5 overs, no maidens, none for 24. He's still your trump card, isn't he, Ben Sanderson? Get him back in as quick as you can.
I mean, there's certainly 2 schools of thought here, aren't there? One is the one that the positive thing, which is you don't want Sando walking off being low in confidence because he is the spearhead. That's one school of thought, so give him a go. And he is, on reputation and ability, still our best chance of getting a wicket. Another way of looking at it is to say, let's not get any more overs into him at this time of year and throw the ball and let some of the other guys have a go. So, again, that really depends on how you see it. I don't think one's right. I don't think one's wrong. It depends on how you see that equation.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said, James Sales took 5 wickets for the Northampton second 11 in the week.
He did. I saw the highlights of that. He bowled a good gas. He really did.
No, I think it would have been a good option for Lewis McManus to have replaced Michael Finan with James Sales from Lynn Wilson centre end, had he elected to do so. Obviously, we've also seen it turn today as well, so it wouldn't have been a bad option for Save Zabe or Freddie Heldrick either. Cut away off the back foot over James Sales at backward point, and Lewis Goldsworthy gets 4. Ben Sanderson just not looking at his best today, is he?
Yeah. I mean, in order to bring Ben Sanderson back, you have to believe you're going to get 9 wickets for 80. If you don't believe that, then you don't bring him back.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very valid point. 81 for 1. Somerset requires 75 to win. Goldsworthy on 16. Andy Mead on 31.
Good signing, Andy Mead. I spoke first thing this morning about the Somerset squad in terms of the balance in the squad and the coverage for players that they will miss to international duties and to that other competition. And the signing of Andy Mead is a great sign. I mean, he's been there a little while now. It's not new, but he's a player that I've had interest in the past. Came across him as a junior cricketer when he played junior cricket for Scotland, and he was lined up to go to Warwickshire at that point and did go to Warwickshire, and then was released and was out of the game for a short while. Too good a cricketer not to be earning a living from the game, and snapped up by Somerset, and he's gone again. So that's good. That's good to see. He's a very good, still quite a young man. I think he's about 28 now, something like that. Still got a few years ahead of him.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's a good bit of business, isn't it? Freddie Heldrick gives chase.
Interesting decision by Freddie Heldrick to turn and chase the ball. I mean, I might have thought a more attacking route at the ball would have been run directly to his left and dived, but he turned and ran alongside the ball in like a parallel line. I mean, I can't see the angles here, so he probably made a good judgment on that. But generally speaking, in the field, and as I look out there now, having said I'm comparing bringing Ben Sanderson back, needing 9 wickets for 70, and the belief that you need to do that with the belief that the fielders are displaying to me that they think they can do, they think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
And they are 2 different stories that I'm being told when I look out of the window.
Yeah, there's a fair few double teapots going around, isn't there?
Yeah.
Amongst the Steelbacks fielders at the moment. That's cut away off the back foot. Well fielded by James Sales at backward point. Full length dive. Keep Andy Mead on strike. Justin Broad, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10 from the David Capel end.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we haven't gone to spin. Given the, as you and Mel were saying earlier, given the amount of spin that was extracted by Archie Vaughn.
Square drive from Mead. That's going to run away across the square. I think James Sales is going to haul it back and does just inside the rope, but well run between the Somerset pair of Mead and Goldsworthy. He turned that into a 3. That's 86 for 1 now, just 70 required.
That was really, really well run, wasn't it? Goldsworthy turned that 2 into a 3. He was in and out each of his turns, 2 turns there on the 2 and on the 3. And a number of players wouldn't have taken a third there because it looked like it might have gone for 4. But he ran the first with an intent to come back for a third. That's good professional standards.
Driven through the offside again, over pitch from Justin Broad, and that one will only be a couple. Yeah, and I think particularly with the fact that you could look at the scoreboard and go, well, we're cruising.
No, exactly.
We don't need the other one. It's fine.
Yeah, no, there's context. That's the context that I probably should have added is you could have been forgiven for jogging through 2 because it wouldn't have looked awful. But no, he wanted 3. He did the right thing. You set your own standards in this game. Irrespective of the scoreboard, irrespective of what anyone else is doing around you, you set your level. And that's what he demonstrated there.
Oh, big
close.
appeal for LBW and given. Justin Broad gets his second wicket. This time traps Lewis Goldsworthy, LBW, with the score on 88. Justin Broad has 2 for 15.
It's pretty full. It just nipped back, pitched about off stump, nipped back a little bit, hit him straight in front, and umpire Rob White had no hesitation, raising the left index finger. I remember when Rob was a player here, talking to him about umpires and how they gave him out. He reckoned he'd been given out by pretty much every umpire on the circuit. Some of whom, some of the method of signalling out pleased him, and some really didn't please him.
Oh, okay.
And I was interested to see his method, which is a very high left index finger. And off he trots. Lewis Goldsworthy, well bowled. Justin Broad, he's clearly been the pick of the Northants bowlers so far, and he's just bowled a good line, hasn't he?
Mm.
Just good line, challenging off stump. That one nipped back, pretty plumb in front. He's been looking to get the ball full, encouraging the batters to drive. They have got a couple of drives away in that over. That hasn't deterred him from doing the right thing, which is getting it up there. We need wickets. You got to get it up there, and he's done that. So
Yeah.
good on him.
Yeah.
He continues to impress, this young man with the ball.
Yeah, he's just got better and better, hasn't he? Bowls with good pace. We started the year with the speed gun, didn't we, here on the live stream? And,
Yes.
and the pace was up, having had a winter away and being a professional cricketer and working with Rory Kleinfeld, which was great to see. And I think particularly in 4-day cricket as well, I was able to come back for a second spell and a third spell and keep that pace up, which he wasn't able to do last summer after he just signed his first professional contract. I had a message come through from Alex, watches a lot of the live stream, does Alex?
He does.
Just said he'd like to point out that in the peak UK summer on the 7th of August, that Prithvi Shaw has had hand warmers run out to him by Rafi Weatherall. I don't know how he's seen that, mind you, because I'm not convinced that's been on the broadcast, but he doesn't miss much.
He doesn't, does he? No. He's all over it. So James Rue joins us. He's joining the party. Left-hander, different look for the bowlers to have a ball. Let's put a second slip in. Quite right. I mean, you could argue another catcher is required potentially. There's no point staying out there as they knock these runs off. Let's try and get them out. Oh, that's close.
Is an LBW appeal. Justin Broad didn't quite believe, did he? But the slip cordon were interested.
So he lines up very much on leg stump, James Rue. Yeah, that's pitched outside.
Yeah, that'd be why Justin Broad wasn't particularly interested. But it's a successful over, and the Somerset are 2 down for 88. Justin Broad has 2 for 15 off 4. Somerset require 68 at 1.89 runs per over. Still no spin. Ben Sanderson will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's
one part of the equation here that we didn't talk about because I didn't think about it at the time, to be absolutely honest, which is part of the decision about Ben Sanderson bowling. Now might be, I need another bowl.
Yeah,
captain, I need another bowl, and such is his importance to this group that you give him the ball if he says that at this stage. I'm not saying that is what happened, but knowing Sando, he wouldn't have wanted to leave the arena with 3 overs for 42 or whatever it was he was going at the time.
Not at all. Well, James Rue, yeah, in good form again this year. 232 runs in the competition, an average of 58. Had a fantastic summer last year, didn't he, in red ball cricket? England are blessed with wicket-keeper batters at the moment. He was certainly a name that was touted, wasn't he, to take the gloves in?
There's hundreds of them.
In that England team. Yeah, that's why I'm so far down the order, Rowie. It's the only reason. Otherwise, I'd be higher.
Just the wrong era.
Yeah.
Yeah. In so many ways.
Right guy, wrong time. But no, it's terrific, really, to see so many options. And yeah, James Rue certainly going to be one to keep an eye on, isn't he, as his career develops, and be amazed if he doesn't get a look up at some point.
No, I mean, there are so many to get past, aren't there?
There are a few.
So the current guy, Smith.
Yeah.
Folks.
Yeah.
Robinson.
Yes.
What's the guy
Bairstow?
from? He can play. The guy from Kent, I'm trying to think of, Bilbo Baggins. What's his?
Oh, Sam Billings.
Sam Billings.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a guy.
Short ball from Sanderson, pulled away by Umeed. Well played behind square. Drops in front of Gus Miller for a couple of bounces.
The guy who used to be at Somerset has gone to Lancashire, who captains England in white ball cricket.
Josh Butler.
Oh, Butler.
Phil Salt.
Salt. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7. Oh, the guy has played for England from Gloucestershire.
James Bracey. Yeah.
Bracey. There's 8. Yeah, no, we got him. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we got Bairstow. I eventually got Bairstow with a bit of prompting. So there's 8 who have, all but one of those has done that job already. So 7 current England wicketkeepers. Wow. And you've got to get past most of those, really.
Best bit of the game, Bill.
Smith looks a good player, doesn't he? Wow.
Yes, yeah.
That kid is special. I mean, these are all those names are special in their own way, but I think he might be even more special than the rest.
Some might say extra special.
Yeah, it's a good expression. That'll catch on.
It's got legs, isn't it? It's got legs. 14 overs have been bowled then. 89 for 2, Somerset. James Rue yet to get off the mark.
A better over from Ben Sanderson. Yeah, if that was the case, and it's a supposition, if it was the case that Ben Sanderson says to Lewis, I know you want to do this and do that, looking at the state of the game and getting overs into other people and actually not getting overs into me, but I need to bowl here. Certainly you just say crack on, but not for too long. I think that might be enough now.
Yes, yeah. But I think I can see James Sales just having a bit of a stretch there at backward point. That one down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. But yeah, as you say, it's not only an opportunity for Ben Sanderson to just kind of find a bit of rhythm after a tough opening 3 overs, but also a really good opportunity for Steelbacks to put some overs and some miles into some of the legs of those that wouldn't necessarily bowl normally, or one that's coming back into the first team like James Sales.
Yeah, for sure. Got Sunday by now 5 overs, so what's it, a 3 and a 2? So I'd be tempted to move on now. It's a difficult one in some ways. It's a difficult one for Somerset here because they're so far ahead of the game. They could just look at the finishing line and lose a couple of wickets, and it becomes a bit messy, and then what could have been a extremely comprehensive win becomes we won by 5 wickets, chasing 115. What could another day be a real confidence building win becomes we didn't quite finish that job off. So
yeah,
keep your standards high, do the right thing. And Andrew Mead is definitely doing that.
Certainly a shot of high standard, wasn't it? Just on the tiptoes, punched it through the offside for a couple of runs. He's on 37 now. That's a short ball, and that's going to be 5 no balls, isn't it?
Yeah.
Justin Broad. Saw Michael Finan earlier on in the piece, or one that Lewis Goldsworthy would have struggled to have got if he was stood on his own shoulders. And that one has sailed over Lewis McManus, takes the score up to 98 for 2. 58 required for Somerset.
Good option, poorly executed. We sat with Graham White on Sunday and I was talking about use of the bouncer with Graham, and Graham was saying you've got to get it high. And I agree with that. But I think maybe in an effort to get it high, they've both Finan and Broad there have gone so short.
Yeah, that can't have been too far away from being wide as well there, I wouldn't have thought, judging by the reaction of Andy Mead. But it was a good comeback, a good follow-up by Justin Broad. But Andy Mead's played this inning so intelligently. he's taken the risk off the first ball, or he's got the reward, and he just hasn't had to do anything after that, and just waited for the ball. That one again slightly over pitched by Justin Broad. It's going to run up towards the ComSave stand. Mead will come back for a third. We'll take on George Bartlett and completes it. Brings up the 100 for Somerset. 101 for 2, or 14.4 overs.
Do you know, I'm reluctant to say this, but it hasn't looked an even contest, this, has it? Do you know what I mean? It's a bit overpowering. Northampton have been a bit overpowered, and I really don't like to see that. But credit to Somerset.
Yeah.
Firstly, credit to Somerset for that.
Yeah, yeah, as I've said a couple of times, I think the three of us have said, Somerset just haven't put a foot wrong, have they, today? Yeah. They've been excellent, and they are well deserving of the position they find themselves in. Northants aren't really missing any players in this competition.
Yeah.
And that, I think, becomes frustrating. You almost have your full first choice squad available to you. As you said, it has been one-sided today at Wantage Road between these two sides.
Could Procky slip into this team at somewhere? I know it's not going to happen now because it seems to be a campaign decision, but it's something that I don't think we've talked about, particularly you and I, Dan, but mentioned earlier, looking down the Somerset card, they've got cover or experience throughout, dotted around some young guys. It's a lovely balance, lovely blend.
Mm.
And I don't see quite the same blend. You know, look at the Northants card, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, not well, 8 at least, and 9. Relatively inexperienced.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you've got what, 7 or 8 cricketers there under the age of 25, I think.
Yeah.
Which, as you say, and yeah, the short answer is yes, I think, Rowie.
He could slip in there and do a job.
Of course. He's been in good form this summer as well in the championship. He's
been our best player in that competition, hasn't he?
Scored a lot of runs consistently as well, which has been really good to see. The captain of the 4-day side.
I really started to think about that in earnest. It did cross my mind early on, but you know, when I saw the innings that Mark Stoneman played for Middlesex against Northants at Radlett, coming in at 4, I think, just glued it together. Okay, he left before the end, but he'd got his team pretty much over the line in that game.
Yeah,
with a really experienced, calm, calculated, professional innings in that middle order. And it was interesting that he got himself into the middle order rather than opening the batting, which is where he plays the majority of his cricket.
Yeah, behind the stumps.
So yeah, I mean, that will be something that perhaps there's been a strategic decision there. This is not a tactical decision that he doesn't get in the best 11, because clearly, in my opinion, he does get in our best 11.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he could get in the best 11 of almost anyone. But to not play him is about giving opportunity elsewhere. It's just left us a little bit unbalanced, I think, in terms of experience through that middle order. And let's not forget how handy he is with the ball, because he's been very, very good with the ball as well.
It's turned into the leg side by James Rue. Only gets 1 for it though. Moves on to 3. Yeah. I think everything you've just said there is completely valid. I think she said, offers a lot of experience with a cricket bat, and in equal measure offers a lot of experience with a cricket ball as well. So looks like we might get our first look at spin in the not too distant future. I reckon Justin Broad's going to get replaced by Freddie Heldrick from the David Capel ends once Ben Sanderson's completed his 6th over. It's a short ball from Sanderson, which is pulled away by Andy Umeed, down to Gus Miller at deep square leg for a single.
Andy Umeed, as I said earlier, I didn't watch the first 6 overs, but what I have seen is he has looked in no trouble at all. Just looks like he's a man on 200, or actually, let me put it another way, it looks like a man who's having a net.
Mm.
That's not a criticism. He's playing very, very well and calmly. That's well left.
And of the over 16 done, 106 for 2. Somerset require exactly 50 to win in Northampton. Yeah, body language is huge, isn't it? And you've said on commentary in the past, and those that are tuning in from Somerset that may not have heard these things, is you've said about you want to see a batter kind of get into a contest and there's a fight on or whatever, and you puff your chest out and you want to be there. The body language that Andy Umeed is portraying now is just going, I'm okay.
Yeah.
I'm good. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm in charge.
We've got this.
Yeah. Strike is strong.
Yeah.
But it's not, there's no nervous or there's no jagged movements, is there? Or
No.
nervous fidgeting, touching his kit. He's just, yeah, I'm here to win the game. I'm going to win the game. We're going to walk off. I'm going to take the applause. We'll have won the game. That's my job.
So it is going to be Freddie Heldrick. The first look of spin for the Steelbacks. Left arm wrist spin from Freddie from the David Capel lens. Places Justin Broad, who picked up 2 wickets for 24 from his 5 overs. Steelbacks are going to stay with a first slip. Pretty sure I'll stay there.
Oh, there's no man on the orthodox sweep here. There's a mid-wicket, but no man square or behind square, I think. It's a long on. Yeah, so the field is, the 2 fielders out on the leg side are long on and deep mid-wicket. There's a man on the 45 and a man saving the single at mid-wicket. There's a slip, a backward point, extra cover mid-off, all inside the circle, and a cover fielder on the boundary. So sweep is an option here, but not off that length.
I would imagine Freddie Heldrick is quite a difficult bowler to sweep. Tall, gets a lot of bounce, bowls quickly as well, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, yeah, certainly tick. I think for me on the first 2, I think sometimes he could bowl a bit quicker for me.
Okay, yeah.
But that's a difficult thing. He will have a natural pace, and it's a difficult thing because if he, in trying to bowl quicker, he might lose some of his natural ability.
Well driven by Andy Umeed.
Man down.
Yeah.
Is it George? No, it's save.
Yeah. It was a decent first touch by save, wasn't it?
Oh, that's hurt.
Did that with his ankle, I think.
Oh, that's sore. It was struck so beautifully, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The bat sounds mint. That bat he's got Umeed.
It sounds like a good one, doesn't it? Yeah, and unfortunately for save, that one's cut away off the back foot, has missed any form of protection around the ankle of whatever cricket spikes or trainers he's electing to use today.
So I think it's the bottom of the shin. Well, either of those is horrible. He got a sort of long barrier and then realised that it was actually coming to the leg that wasn't horizontal on the floor. It was coming to his standing leg, as it were, and his hands didn't. He hit it so hard, Umeed. Just burst through safe, and he's having a chat with Umeed, who's apologising. What a nice boy he is. Sorry about that, but you got in the way. That's nice. So wide. I think there was a nice inquiry from Umeed. Are you right, mate?
Yeah.
That was quite nice.
I think that just kind of highlights that calmness, doesn't it, from Andy Umeed? Yes, he's in the contest, but
bold.
Good over from Freddie Heldrick with 1 wide. Has just gone for 2 runs, so it's 108 for 2.
Are we going to see a double change? I think we should. I think we are. James Sales comes in off the deep mid-wicket boundary, and he's going to replace Ben Sanderson at the Lynn Wilson end.
That's good to see. We haven't really seen James Sale bowl too much, have we, in first-team cricket this year for Northamptonshire? Saw him score that brilliant maiden first-class 100 earlier on this summer, but even at that point there, we didn't really see him bowl a great deal in any of those fixtures.
No, we didn't. It's tough, isn't it, as a young bowler? How do you get better as a young bowler? Well, you bowl. There are other things you need to do as well, but actually they come, whatever there is second on that list is a long way second behind bowling. And unfortunately, he's leaked a few, hasn't he? So it's been difficult for the captain to keep him on.
Well, he's on and he's driven through the offside by Andy Umeed. First ball, Freddie Hardrick gives chase. I think he's going to win. Does. With the dimensions of the ground, it kind of snakes around that stand, doesn't it? And it just, the boundary got a little bit bigger where Freddie Hardrick needed it to be. As it is, the Umeed comes back for a third.
It's an interesting shot there. He wasn't altogether over the ball there, Umeed. What he did well was he didn't follow through with the shot. He drove the ball. Had he followed through, it might have gone in the air to a catching fielder, but he just checked it, but he timed it well. It didn't seem to line that ball up particularly well. May have got to him a bit quicker than he was thinking.
One more added to the tally. James Rue, side edge into the leg side. Takes the score up to 112 for 2. Umeed back on strike. He's on 46. 46 off just 47 deliveries.
Without any real violence. He's just accumulated mostly, hasn't he? What I've seen. Just picked his runs up.
Yeah, he's not taking a risk. There was a bit more aggression against Ben Sanderson in those opening 3 overs, but I think it would be fair to say that it was calculated. It wasn't risky, I wouldn't have said.
Yeah. Once you get in, it's a nice format of the game, 50 over cricket, because two new balls, so the ball is always fairly new. It only gets 25 overs old at most. Well bowled, good attempted Yorker. Well bowled, well played. And if you just play, the pace on the ball, you can find gaps. There's always going to be boundary riders out after you get through the power plays. You get yourself in as an opener. It's just then a matter of accumulating, really. Trying to set the platform and then hopefully cashing in yourself and kicking on. I think it's something that it's been a weakness of the Northants campaign that no one has really done that.
Yeah.
Any hundreds this season so far in this comp? I
want to say no.
I think no.
I think Prithvi Shaw might have the highest with a 97.
You got 97 at Durham, didn't he? Yeah, that's right. So yeah.
Gus Miller got 73, I think, 78 against Middlesex. Safe's got a couple of 50s. George Bartlett's got a couple of 50s. And that is going to be 50 for Andy Umeed. Bit of a drag down from James Sales into the hip of Umeed, who pulls that away through square leg for 4. Takes the tally to 116 for 2. Somerset require 40 to win. And he's looked great for the 50 today.
Well played. It was it was banged in by James Sales. Just didn't get up, did it? Just died in the wicket. And sometimes that's a difficult ball to hit because you're expecting it to come sort of chest height and be rising. And it wasn't. It was more waist height and wasn't rising, but he still hit it incredibly hard. That's how well he's playing. Not the end to the over that James Sales would have wanted. He's looking to get it high and get a dot out of it, I think.
Yeah, Freddie Hardrick to continue. James Rue goes for an expansive drive and ends up running backward of point down to Safe Sabe, who has possibly rather wisely taken himself out of short cover after wearing one on the shin bone. You know, it's a good bruise when you get a seam mark down the middle of it, don't you?
That's right.
I knew I should have used my hands. Big shot down the ground by Andy Umeed. It's going to bounce once, twice. Is it going to reach the rope? It is. That's going to be another 4. 121 for 2. Mead moves to 54.
Yeah, well played. He's not sort of coasting, is he? He's doing the right thing. It was a wide ball, very full. He decided to go up and over and fully committed to the shot.
Cut off by Ricardo Vasconcelos in at mid-wicket. Full-length dive to stop the single.
35 to win. It's 20 to 4. Seems incredible, doesn't it?
It certainly does. 35 off 183.
What's Winviz saying, Dan?
I think it's in the 90s. Certainly in the 90s. Could have a 9 at the end of it with a decimal and then another 9.
I'd say.
I reckon.
Yeah.
Never say never, though, do you, Rowie? Never say never.
No. Well, what I'd say is, because I know I am the eternal optimist. What I would say is, you play as if you can win the game.
Yes.
Don't even think about we're losing this game. It's what am I going to do to get a wicket? I sometimes think I'm a bit of a lunatic like that.
No, I think
I always think you can affect the game.
I think you mentioned about the running, didn't you, with Lewis Goldsworthy earlier?
Yes.
And you said about you're the one to maintain your own standards. That's a nice shot by James Root.
Yeah.
Beats Vasconcelos at short cover and picks up 4 to end Freddie Hardrick's second over. Takes up to 126 for 2. But the thing is you are exactly right. You'd say, yes, 100% the cards are stacked against the Steelbacks right now. And I think you could probably play this game out 100 times from this situation. I don't believe that the Steelbacks will win one of them.
Yeah.
But there could be a moment here. There could be an opportunity for, as an individual, to learn something, to experience something, to take something away to the next game here on Sunday and go, okay, well, that worked.
Yeah.
I can do that again.
Yeah. I think it's like about building good habits as well. With that, keep your own standards as high as they can be, as intense as you can bring on that day, and actually the game will look after you.
Yeah, James Sales starts his second over with a dot ball. Mead now on 55 or 56. James Root 9 or 14.
It's interesting, James Sales. I mean, he's not going to swing this ball, even though, as we said earlier, it's a new ball each end. It's this one's 15 overs. So he's not going to swing the white ball at this stage. He does generally swing the ball away from the right hand. And I know earlier in his career, it's not been very long, that Northampton were trying to get more and more gas out of him, more and more pace. Can he be the 90 miles an hour bowler? And that hasn't happened to date. And I just wonder whether he's just lost that ability to just. I'm not talking about this ball today,
yes, yeah,
but in general, whether he can. Well, that's been given as a wide, I think.
It was eventually, yeah. I think there was a conversation between the two umpires to check for height, I think. And then...
Okay, there's an inquiry from Michael Finnan. How do you call that wide? And he said it's gone down the leg side. So it was given on...
Online, yeah.
And it was one for the over as well.
Yeah.
So, okay. Let's clear that up. But yeah, whether he's lost the ability to swing the ball, I don't know. But as we said earlier, he hasn't really bowled in red ball cricket for a little while. But in terms of where he's getting his gas from, it looks like his front side is opening early, pulling that arm. That's great for generating pace, but it's not necessarily so good for generating movement.
Yeah, there must be a... I assume, but I don't know that those two things don't really work that well together. Kind of, you either want to go down the route of bowling 90 plus mile an hour, or you want to go down the route of nibbling the ball about and being a skillful seamer. Those two skills, generally speaking, don't go hand in hand together, do they?
Well, I think not always. No, they don't always go hand in hand. But they don't have to oppose each other particularly. It all depends on the individual, and so on, and also where the pace is generated from. So if the pace is generated from timing and rhythm, and you can keep your front side strong and pull against that, then you've still got a good chance of swinging the ball. It's not a guarantee, but it's a good chance. If your speed comes from getting that front side out of the way and bowling front on, and your right arm drops a wee bit, your bowling arm drops a little bit, you can almost undercut the ball a wee bit and slide it in, and that can affect your ability to swing the ball. So it's kind of horses for courses a little bit. I think where I come from and to start from is, how do you get people out? Now, in the international game, that extra 5 miles an hour makes a huge difference. There are very few of them around, I would say that. And those that are around don't tend to play a lot of cricket. They tend to be part of a battery of bowlers when they come in, and so on and so forth.
One on, one off type.
Exactly.
Type setup.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but you pay your money, you take your choice. But I do see James Sales opening his front side out a little bit. And whether for him, it's a question. Whether for him that means he's a hit the wicket, disturb the wicket, run it back in bowler, airspeed only, or whether he can still swing the ball away. I don't know.
Yeah, Freddie Heldrick starts the 21st over with just 28 runs to win. It's probably time that you listen to an Australian instead for a little while. And I suppose I could probably say with some confidence that I'll see you on Sunday, I guess.
Well, I hope you will.
I will.
Yeah,
I will.
Is that Emilio Gay walking around the boundary edge there? Yes, it is. He's had a net. Having a chat with Ben Sanderson on the long on boundary. And that's swept up in the air with the breeze. It struck very well. Hit him with the wind. Well judged, Andrew Mead. Picks up 6. It's a very nice shot. Calculatedly played. Get it up in the air. If I get enough of it, it is going to carry because there's a very strong breeze blowing across the ground. And he struck it well enough anyway. But he got the percentages on his side. That takes him up to 62. And now only 22 needed for victory. So I'm rejoined by Mel. But we're not going to be together very long, Mel, I suspect.
Short and sweet. It's the quality of time that matters, Rowie.
You should write greetings cards.
Well, if the cricket thing doesn't work out.
I think we could write some good greetings cards between us.
Do you know,
I think
cricket-themed greeting cards?
Yeah.
I actually like that.
Let's stay in touch on that.
Okay. I'm always using cricket metaphors for life. I think North Ants might need some encouraging, kind ones.
They do.
After this, though, have been really and well and truly outclassed.
In deepest sympathy.
Yeah.
Get well soon.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Let's not go, oh dear. 21 overs gone as Somerset move on to 135 for 2. So it really is just a matter of how quickly they reach that target of 156 now.
It'd be a niche market, wouldn't it? The cricket-themed greetings cards. But I think
I think there'd be a big market for it. We're always using, when people reach their 50th, and it's a bat raise card,
double up.
Yeah, all those things. I think you're onto something.
It was just a matter of time. It's only taken me 60 years. James Sales, meanwhile on the cricket field, James Sales is continuing from the Lynn Wilson end. I don't know if he just lost his length or it was an attempted Yorker, but Umeed had to jam down on it. Pretty sure he of the hand warmers at mid-wicket dived to his left and parried it.
I understand that. I think it's quite chilly today.
I think it is chilly. Yeah, I think it is. All that's out. He's nicked him off. That's a beautiful delivery. Well bowled, James Sales. Pitched and left him. He just followed it slightly with his hands, as we might see that on replay. It was a good delivery. Nicely caught by the captain, tumbling away to his right. Yeah, no, he has to play at that. That's well bowled.
Well, it is well bowled. We've seen wickets fall today to excellent deliveries, and that was one there from James Sales. Might be a little bit too late, but there's still something in it. There's still a certain amount of pride for the individual bowlers, for the individual fielders defending a low target. And that was another terrific ball. It's a match that I think really has been defined by the bowling. Having said that, Andy Umeed has been terrific to watch with the bat today. Departs for 63 and a very elegant And entertaining 63 it's been as well. 135 for 3 now. Somerset.
Yeah, he's played beautifully, hasn't he? He's played the innings exactly as he should. It's a very professional, workmanlike. It's better than workmanlike. There's a lot of skill involved in it, but at this level, that's the innings. That's the way to go about that, and he played it very well. And it took a good one to get him out. You know, it's one thing getting guys out before they're in, but he was Andrew Mead was well and truly in and looking to take some red ink, looking to walk off with the stump and win the game for his team. So he was got out there by James Sales. As Mel said, it's another wicket to a very good piece of bowling.
It's a game that's been set up. It really has been defined by some fantastic bowling. Certainly, first of all, by Somerset. This victory is surely just a matter of time, has been set up by, well, a bowling effort that started with their opening bowlers, really, in Josh Davey and Alfie Ogborn. And it's kind of gone from there.
Absolutely. Sorry, we have to get a catcher in here.
That's why you're making those hand motions.
We've got to get a slip in here, surely. I mean, the last ball was nicked by bloke who's on 62.
New batter at the crease.
Shall we? Or not bother? Come on. Instead, we've got 2 catching mid-wickets.
That's the captain, Sean Dixon, who's come in. Undoubtedly wanting to finish things off. Now, just 21 runs required from victory. We're not even at the halfway mark. And you can see that it could happen by the time we get to the halfway mark.
It could do. Must be a nice team to captain this, I was thinking. Yeah, a nice mixture of youth and experience. You've got enough experience and quality experience in this group to sort of take care of their individual jobs, so you don't have to worry about everything, and you can kind of knit and purl as you see fit. Get the youngsters in at the right time into the bowling attack, take them out, protect them, okay, push them in against a good batter and see how they fare against that, and so on. It's a nice team to captain, I would imagine, for Sean Dixon. He's been around the counties a bit, as a vastly experienced cricketer himself now. He's a South African by birth and qualified and started his career at Kent, moved up to Durham, wasn't there that long, and another good signing, another good acquisition by Somerset when they signed him.
You imagine Somerset will go away from this match just feeling like they've done everything right, pretty much. They haven't really put a foot wrong today, you have to say.
Yeah. It's a nice one as a coach, because it's a very short debrief. They want to get on the bus and get back down to Taunton as soon as they can, and actually this performance allows them to do that, because you say, this is what we said we were going to do, this is what we did well done you, there's a beer each, we're on the coach in 20 minutes and out of town.
It's the end of the 22nd over, by the way, 135 for 3. And it's not just the fact that they've been good performances, but in what they've been able to get out of the young players. There are questions you always ask about young players coming in. What can they do? Can they handle this situation? And I think they'll be pretty pleased with some of the answers that they got today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and as we said a couple of times, this competition has its detractors, but one thing that is really helpful is bringing those young players into the first team environment and giving them opportunities, proper opportunities, not coming in at 8 as a batter, but coming in at the 4, for example, James Sales today, and so on, and giving someone, Alfie Ogborn, opening the bowling, bowled very nicely, bowled some other stuff as well, leaked a few boundaries, but also showed he could get good players out. So, without this competition, he doesn't get that opportunity. He ends up playing exclusively second team cricket on second team grounds against second team players. And you've got to judge him on that at the end of his season when his contract's up. And what can you say? But he's been in a first team environment, and I was impressed with his wicket taking threat.
It was certainly impressive. 9 wickets. He's got in first class cricket. That is beautifully played, nice and late. And it's not going to get the boundary, though. That, I believe, is the longest. Would that be the longest boundary here?
It would be one of them, I think, and the diagonally opposite boundary out towards the heavy pavilion would be probably probably the longest.
I've just realised you've called it that because that's what it's called.
Ah.
I was wondering if they'd used weighty boards. As Eldrick continues, that is a really heavy pavilion. I can't lift it.
It is
Can't lift that
definitely
pavilion.
It is the heavy. It might be heavy. I've always called it heavy, but it might be heavy. I mean, it's a local firm, and they've been actually just a word on that. Oh, that's nicely played off the back foot by James Rue. Yeah, they've sponsored, been a frontline sponsor of Northampton for a number of years now. Heavy or heavy?
I would have thought it was heavy.
Would you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have a lot of trust. You do.
What you're saying is you're saying you can't speak English.
No, you speak it beautifully. We're going to have our greeting cards company together. Cricket greeting cards. Oh, he's lost his control of that one. And Dixon says, thank you very, very much for that.
Yeah, that's a gift, isn't it? That is the opposite, really, of keeping your own standards high, isn't it? That's at any stage, in any game, that's a poor delivery. But yes, okay, so heavy or heavy, they're getting double name checked. Have been sponsors, supporters of Northampton cricket over many, many years. And yeah, mentioning them a few times is the right thing to do. Thank you very much, heavy, for your support.
And apologies if we've said it wrong.
There's a guy, one of the directors is a guy I know, Mick McGucking, and if Mick's listening, you shouldn't be because you should be working. But if you're double tasking, Mick, maybe you could let me know, is it heavy or is it heavy?
I think we need to know this. I'm going to be back on Sunday. I'm down to be back as well. So
I'll find the answer out for
we
them.
need the answer for that. A little bit of continuity.
Yeah. What is not heavy is the task facing Somerset here, because they need a handful of runs to win.
Just carved away, opened the face. And an easy single coming there. Yes, now 145 for 3. So just 11 needed now for victory. It looks like they are going to get there. Well, maybe technically by the halfway mark. And that would count as an enormous win for Somerset, it must be said. Just to come down the track, just get the single. Bit of aggression there from Dixon, but maybe just bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to from Sales.
Interesting. I mean, that's obviously something that Sean Dixon does, is walk down the wicket a little bit at the seamer. It might have looked like a massively aggressive thing to do. I don't think it is. I think you're just walking down the wicket. You can still play defensively from there. You're trying to put the bowler off his length. Nicely struck.
And goes for the expansive drive. Doesn't go past cover point.
He's got to be Kanga, hasn't he? James Rue, surely.
It must
It's got to be, hasn't it?
Oh, if it's not, I'm disappointed. Although, if he was Australian, it would probably be something else, because you've got to have 2 steps to a really good nickname.
I totally agree with that. Kanga's obvious.
Yeah.
Cancel that.
Yeah. Maybe it ended up being something like Wallaby.
Oh, so the Wallaby's just that's gone for 6, I think. No, it's not. It's just bounced inside the rope. It was dragged down by James Sales. He'd come around the wicket to the left-handed Rue and bowled a little bit wide. Rue's had a couple of drives at him. Then trying to get his line right, he's lost his length. That was dragged down a wee bit, and James Rue just pulls it for a 1 bounce 4 down to the coffee van.
Sunset Boulevard.
Sunset Boulevard, yeah.
You see, I do listen to you.
You do.
And I do remember these things.
You do. 6 to win. Not off my bowling, says James Sales. Bowls a beautiful ball on top of the stumps.
Yeah, that's it now. Just those individual moments of pride, make them work for it as much as they possibly can. But I'm pretty sure now they are going to get there within half the allocated overs.
I'm scrambling here. It's only 49 over game. Can we just get over the halfway mark?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
That's driven firmly up to mid-off, well fielded by Michael Finan.
Is it one where, I guess, how do you take this from Northants? You know, is it you just go, well, let's put this one, let's just put this one away for now and not think about it again?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, I think sometimes that's the best thing. You know, that might surprise people, but games come thick and fast. And sometimes, actually, lads, we draw a line under that. We go Sunday and we come back a lot stronger. Let's talk. Let's get here 5 minutes earlier on Sunday, and we'll finish this game off then. So you don't necessarily need to lock the door and do the hairdryer after every game, because it soon wears out. That these games come thick and fast, and they're very tiring games. These 50-over games. This campaign is tough. So yeah, it depends on the context of what's going on around it, I think, Mel, to some degree. But a quick debrief is a good debrief generally, I would say.
Well, he didn't get all of that at all from Heldrick, but is it still going to go? No, it is cut off. Yeah, it's again, just I think maybe a little bit more bounce than expected.
I've just literally got a message from someone who's played for both Northants and Somerset and was very popular at both countries, Jack Brooks, who's on the ground today. And he'll just be starting the car because that's been hit for a one bounce for over mid-off by Sean Dixon. And that concludes the afternoon's entertainment.
Well, it's an emphatic exclamation mark to put on a very emphatic sentence. I came here to do a job today, Somerset, and they have cruised home after their bowlers set it up. Losing just 7 wickets, losing just 3 wickets. I've lost the ability to speak, but a 7-wicket victory it is in the end. And yes, they did do it in less than half the allocated number of deliveries. So that is a chastening loss for Northants. But you have to give a lot of credit to the way Somerset played. Their bowlers set everything up, keeping Northants restricted to just 155, bowling them all out in 37.3 overs and then chasing down 156 in just 24.2 overs. So 148 balls were remaining in this match. That is not going to make for happy reading for Northants. And I think, Phil Rowe, you might be right that they might just want to put a line under this one pretty quickly. The chase itself, well, that was quite perfunctory in the end. Most of the runs got by Andrew Mead, who scored a lovely 63 off 66. Contributions there in the 20s from George Thomas and Lewis Goldsworthy, and James Rew and Sean Dixon just finishing things off. For the best of the bowlers, it was Justin Broad, 2 for 24 off his 5. James Sales took a wicket, 1 for 16 off 4. But the one who will definitely want to draw a line under it, Ben Sanderson, none for 54 off his 6 overs. But really, the damage was done earlier at 155, and it was an all-round effort by the bowlers for Somerset. You have to say, everywhere they turned, Phil, there was a wicket waiting.
There was, and yeah, firstly, credit to Somerset on their performance today. I thought they out-bowled, they out-batted, they outfielded Northants considerably in certainly 2 of those 3 departments, and are worthy winners, and the margin of victory doesn't flatter them on the performances of the 2 teams. So well played Somerset, and they go forward in the competition and may well end up qualifying. They've got a good side and they're all together and they know what they're doing and they played well. So good for them, and it was good to see them. Some of the new young players I hadn't seen a lot of look good prospects, so that's good for cricket, good for Somerset. From a Northants perspective, winning the toss and batting, then that's all about really doing the right thing. It's about personal responsibility. If you get in, go on. Now, not everyone got in because they were got out by some very good bowling, as you say, Mel. There were some great deliveries bowled, and on any day they get people out, so that happens. So you move on past that. But when you get in and you get yourself out almost too softly, then I think that is that's poor. You've won the toss, you want first use of the pitch, you've got about 50 overs, you can see there's a bit of movement, you can see they're bowling well, sell your wicket dearly, absorb some pressure if you have to. And when Northants with the bat were asked to absorb pressure, they weren't up to it. and a couple of guys gave wickets away, which led to then a bit of a house of cards at the end and a collapse. Lost the last 4 wickets for 7 runs, and were bowled out well within the 49 overs that were available. Never going to really win the game at halfway, but a strong start with the bat from Somerset. Sando not at his best, a drop chance that might have given some kind of opportunity to put some pressure on, but it was overpowering, that performance from Somerset. And whilst I don't think a long debrief is the right thing to do, there's plenty of thinking to be done in the Northants camp.
Yeah, because you do talk about that early drop chance, but on the overall performance, you even though it was very early in that first over from Sanderson, they were just completely overwhelmed in every department, you would have to say.
Absolutely. You know, whether I'd use this terminology or not, but certainly when you're on the back end of it there in that situation, you know at halfway through that you're unlikely to win that game. But, you know, keep your own standards high, take a bit of the opposition with you. You know, let's put a fight up. We might be going down here, but we can communicate a lot to our supporters and to the opposition in the manner of how we might go down. And unfortunately, it was the wrong message that was portrayed. So we draw a line under that. That effectively, I think, ends any potential hope that Northants might have had of qualifying in this competition. It was mathematically just about possible. I don't think that's now going to be feasible. And we go again on Sunday. And for everyone's sake, let's hope that we come out stronger with a bit more discipline with the bat and a bit more intent in the field, because I thought we were a little bit going through the motions at times.
And on Sunday then, who've they got here on Sunday?
Lancashire.
What are you expecting from that? You just made a face.
Well, Lancashire, they always are a tough team to beat. You know, whoever they put out on the field. There's a lot of cricket played in Lancashire. They've got a very good staff. And they play tough cricket, so you have to match that. You know, you got to match that and let them know they're in a competition. So let's hope we can pick ourselves up off the canvas and go again.
Well, they do have that game. It does at the moment. Somerset are on top of Group A on 8 points, equal with Derbyshire, but they're ahead just on net run rate. Whereas Northamptonshire, well, they are down the bottom almost. But Lancashire are below them.
Yes.
They have yet to pick up a point in the Metrobank One Day Cup. So Northamptonshire will hopefully look on that as an opportunity to just get things tracking in the right direction again, but it won't be easy. That's probably it from us here at the moment. There'll be more stuff on the website, no doubt, as the afternoon and evening goes on, but an earlier finish here than would have been expected, courtesy of a walloping, you have to say, 7-wicket victory to Somerset over Northants. But we will be back here on the live stream on Sunday for that match against Lancashire. So thank you, all of you out there, whoever's joined us today. I keep forgetting to have the camera on us, and I suddenly realise we're on, and I've got my leg up on the chair, making it my home. It's like my lounge room. I'll be back here on Sunday. You'll be back here on Sunday.
I will.
Dan Judkowitz will be back here on Sunday. We'll all be back here. So we hope that we see you as well here. And for Northants fans, I'm sure you'll be hoping for a different kind of performance. Anyway, for now, from here at Wantage Road, then we will call it a day, and we'll see you back here on Sunday.